Oh, hello, everybody. That was a terrible Dr. Nick impersonation. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania Regional. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by the one, the only, the Gordon Dixon here in the commentary booth to start off our final day of coverage here. I'm excited for today. Are you?
Yeah, this is another one of the. I kind of cherry picked my days. I got to cover both of the events that get to bid into the BullShooter Invitational. So that's one of the big upgrades from this year is knowing how to get into that tournament, and this is one of those events that'll do it. So excited to cover it all the way to see who gets in.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun today, just seeing all the action on the dartboard and seeing who's going to get their spot in for that shootout, like you said there. We do have a slightly smaller pro doubles field than we've seen in previous days. 35 teams there, but we do have a full non-pro bracket and 55 teams in the women's bracket as well. But of course, we're excited to see these guys on the pro board light it up and do some scoring. And we're going to do our math today.
We're gonna try to do our maths.
Listen, it
The
can't be as bad as
the
my bull math got yesterday towards the end, so we're good.
Well, you were running on some Slim Reaper amount of sleep, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It was a quick turnaround, but that's part of the fun of bringing you guys the coverage is that we try not to miss a beat if we can. And unfortunately for my sleep health, but fortunately for you guys, we make it happen sometimes. So excited to see this. Right now, what you guys are looking at is a second round matchup against Team Map. It's going to be Colin Rath there and Michael Peters Jr. On the other team there, Glory Hole Diddle. That's going to be Jeff Summits and Jason Hardwick. Juice taking it on here.
Yeah, some will recognize Colin. He's also the referee sometimes for the CDC.
And he does a great job at that too.
Yeah, good player in his own right. I'm always glad to see him out playing as well, and a welcome addition to the CDC stream on the steel tip side.
Yeah, and you guys might also recognize Team Map as the team that beat me in mixed triples in New York. It wasn't streamed, but like if you were there, I guess. We got to see this is actually Collins Rath's first appearance on the stream this weekend, but we did get to see Michael Peters Jr. on Friday in the singles. No, we did actually.
Yeah, I
I'm
believe
sorry.
the match we saw, he won.
Yes, he did win that match, and they did actually make one appearance yesterday. I stand corrected because we actually learned that Map is actually Map Refrigeration, their family company for Michael Peters. So I do stand corrected there. Actually, I'm already making mistakes, guys. It's going to be a great day, and welcome along, everybody. Great recovery there for Colin Rath. Slack first start and a quick correction there to keep a score line in line with Jason Hardwick.
Yeah, playing steel tip rules, open in, double out. The only stipulation is that pesky freeze rule. You cannot take the out if your opponent's sum total is less than your partner's score. So we will be on the lookout for those scenarios and all of the additional fun it brings to figuring out how these players need to get out.
Yeah, it's always a true testament to how much of a veteran of the sport you are, is your math and setup ability when approaching some of these scenarios here. As you can see right now, Jason Hardwick setting himself up in style. Would have liked to see him probably switch to the 18 in the last to leave himself 32 there, but he's in front of the pack and was just trying to bring it down, looks like.
Well, and that's one of those. That's one of the things that this format brings in, because you're absolutely right. On 86, you should switch over to the 18s. I don't know that it applies necessarily to here, but there are certain times in this style of an event where it's better to get lower than it is to actually set up. So those 6 points, the difference between 60 and 54, can come into play the next shot on whether or not you're frozen, or I'm sorry, your partner's frozen. So we'll see some odd setups, and it'll be by design with again that added fun of the freeze rule.
And if it's not by design, we're going to let you know too.
Oh yeah. After the stream in Texas, I got to thinking. Nice shot there from Michael. Um, I always get asked if I'm a an OSU fan, being from Ohio, and I always struggle to say yes, not because I don't root for them, but because like I'm not going to burn my couch after after an OSU loss
Right.
or anything. But I tell you what, when I when I see somebody shoot a wrong out, I must be a darts fan because I am a fanatic as far as uh, what I think is proper as far as the way to play. So I had to laugh at myself as I came to that realization.
Yeah, it's definitely funny too because listen, I think we do a good job of keeping each other in balance. I'm a little too forgiving sometimes with some of these shots. And I'm like, oh yeah, I mean they were just doing whatever, and you're like, no, never do whatever. And I think it's a good counterweight there. So, do want to say hi to everyone in chat real quick. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I see Paul Rogers saying good morning and also commenting on Colin's glorious beard, which is exactly how I would describe it. And
Oh
then,
yeah, that is sea captain, sea
absolutely,
captain esque there.
we got John Pilgrim saying, Nick, you don't make mistakes, you make happy little accidents. That's true. I need to get my Bob Ross shirt on. We got Dylan in the chat, Devin, Michael, everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. We're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one.
Now, unfortunately, Michael not able to take it out. We already get our first dose of the freeze rule. Um, Jason and Jeff at 36 total points, Colin at 160. So is not going to be able to take that out. And a brave dart there.
Was a very brave dart. Hardwick, though, the juice got the juice. Double two, and he sinks it there. See, my dad's in the chat. How's it going, Dad? The better Dominic in darts.
Good morning.
There you go. Colin's definitely he's all smiles right now, but in his head right now his mentality is I want to make sure I start off strong here. I want to pick it up because he doesn't want to accidentally freeze his partner again, vice versa. You know, when something like that happens, it's sometimes a little too easy to take it personally, and I wonder how that's going to affect his dart game. I feel like it's going to help him rise to the occasion, if anything.
Yeah, no, that can be a spiral for sure. If especially the first player freezing the second player, that's definitely not something you want to see continue. So if we do, and again, everybody knows how I feel about Sunday darts. That may be something that they want to look at and just change up the order as well.
I do think though a lot of these players, I feel like we're having more rough Saturday morning darts than they will Sunday in this given tournament, especially the ones that were doing well Friday nights. A bit of a rough turnaround for some of these guys, and for the most part, the vibes in the room, the everyone I talked to so far, spirits seem to be pretty high across the board with everybody there. So, like to see that.
We are playing 3 out of 5 today on the winner side. I believe 2 out of 3 on the losers.
Winner of this match will play He's the MVP, team of Mike Porterfield and Sydney Vaughn. Wonder which one's the MVP. That's what I want to know.
Well, if singles champion, triples, and pro am doesn't doesn't get you the MVP on a weekend, I don't know what will.
Yeah, 3 for 3. And to be fair, Sydney Vaughn was the runner-up against Porterfield in the Pro-Am. I'm blanking right now on Sydney Vaughn's partner, but he was actually the top shot on the board. Dunks, that's it. We called him Dunks. Dunklin. He ended up.
Oh, Anthony. Yep.
Yeah, Anthony Dunklin. He. Let me tell you, he individual performance-wise in that final, I truly think he might have been the strongest shot. He was incredible in that final, and unfortunately, they just fell a little flat at the very end, and Tyler Little went from struggling a little bit to back-to-back 9 opening and completely flipped the tape. Table, not tape.
Well, when you're playing with Mike Porterfield, you can have a little confidence that it's just going to take a couple of shots to keep you in there, because he's playing some very consistent darts.
Certainly is. I actually talked to Jules about that last night. I said, and Jules was like, "Listen, I was so tired, and making to final. A part of me just wanted to kind of say, hey, sorry, I kind of just want to forfeit this one out. I'm so tired." And he looked at Mike Porterfield, and he's like, "I don't want to disrespect him like that. He's earned a spot. He played amazing, and I want to give him one good performance here if I can." And I respect the Jules on that, but Jules spoke so highly of Porterfield and said he's probably the best guy in the field, and he was thoroughly impressed.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, tough to. If he was saying anything else, it might be a different conversation.
Also fair.
But no, that was great from Porterfield. I mean, shooting into the fives and even I think crested the sixes there at 4:30 in the morning, Saturday morning.
On the 13-inch.
Pretty impressive.
It was, and what we didn't catch on camera, unfortunately, but was very prevalent is when everyone in the room erupted and was chanting "PA, take it home." Then there was literally there was actual chanting that time after it was over. Porterfield was actually crying with joy, so that was a lot of emotion in the room for sure. Do you want to say Michael Peters there did set himself up pretty kindly with that 170 as a bailout option here, although Hardwick's going to try to put some heat on this one.
Yeah, and you saw the or the long blink there from Colin. Not the time for that kind of shot.
First start there might be a little bit of a let off. Needs a trip now. Yeah, so he's not going to hit the out. So 170 doesn't have to go, but still going to start the 20s anyways and see where the music takes him.
Yeah, I would have been very surprised if he didn't take the shot if he got there, but now needs to find the triple. Yeah, good last. Staying in front here.
Summit just wants to go ahead and get as low as he can here, and I'll put all the weight on the back of Colin to maybe psych him out, saying, hey, I don't want to freeze my partner again. Start getting that mentality going. He's wanting to score as much as he can here.
Does have a finish. Trip 19 will leave double. Oh, just outside.
Back up to 20s there to leave double 8. So Colin wants to make sure he has a solid round of scoring here, because basically Hardwick's goal here is just outscoring Colin by more than 56 points.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's not the time to do that, unfortunately.
So freeze pretty much imminent here.
Yeah, just needs to be tactful in this last start. And that will work by 4 points.
Made that, they're backing up. making sure that was enough, and it was.
Just going to
Might
keep
get a
bringing.
bull.
Yeah, a couple different ways you can shoot here. Just, again, trying to score as much as he can.
I don't know if that's where I would have went.
Yeah, you got to bring it down a little bit more than that. You never know, especially with double out. Anything can happen. You got to try to pressure it more, but 16 for tops.
Double 10 for a 2-0 lead. There it is.
Yeah, some quick fist bumps around there, and you can see Colin gives a smile, but the demeanor is starting to change a little bit. He's getting a little bit more serious than he was in those first two legs. He really wants to put on a performance here. Michael Peters, 2 different times now, not able to shoot the out.
Yeah, sticking with Colin going first.
Kind of add some zip to that dart by kind of twisting it and then straightening it out as it goes, but can be a little hard to get the tip point in the right direction when you do that, which is why you see some of those darts going left and right.
And a big opening straight away. Jason Hardwick only finding 25.
Yeah, from what I've understood from watching Hardwick so far this weekend is he's one of those players that has a massive ability, but he's real hard on himself. I mean, the walls are thin, but most of the time I can hear him yelling at himself in between darts if it doesn't go his way there, and I think he sometimes psychs himself out more by doing that than otherwise just playing through. There's Colin Rath, first one of the day.
You see the eye roll from Colin.
Hey,
Where has that been for 2 legs?
it's better to show up before it's over than after. And solid around there scoring for MPJ there.
Yeah, he'll definitely take that after the opening 15.
So Colin out in front and in the races here. I mean, again, that demeanor change between those first 2 legs to this leg is very prevalent here, and I expect to see that's going to be how he approaches the rest of this match here. Nothing wrong with being jovial and communicating with the opponents, but I think he's like, hey, I need to refocus, regroup, and it seems to be paying off in dividends at the moment.
Yeah, he's found a little something here in this leg, that's for sure.
This is also a very, I'm going to be honest, there's no easy spot in this bracket, but this is a particularly rough spot in the bracket to be. For winner of this match gets the Porterfield team and Sidney Vaughn team, and then the winner of that match will get Jules Van Dongen and Johnny Lackey, by the way. That's how this portion of the bracket for these 2 teams right here is looking.
It's a decent quarter.
That's
a
a
decent
gauntlet.
quarter of the bracket.
That's a gauntlet. Bill Hughes, to answer your comment, That's called Sunday morning commentary from Nick DeShera. That's why that happened. Good 140 there for Summits. 142's the look. For a quick second, I was like, don't leave two. I didn't see his eyes move. I was not sure, but that was a good switch there. Was trying to go for that trip 10 for double 16.
Yeah, trying to set it up, and it, again, didn't look like it was advantageous to get down to the lowest number in this particular situation. Hardwick continuing to struggle this leg. His turn to do a Colin impression.
It's going to take him a bit of time to grow the beard, though. What do you think?
For sure. He's going to need at least 2 weeks.
At least. Well, it depends on the oils, right?
Does that stuff work?
I don't know. I can't grow a beard.
That's why I asked you. Have you been rubbing stuff on your face? What's going on here?
Yeah, I found my local snake oil dealer and been making it work. Is Jeff Summits there does load in a 180 to pivot me away from my beard oils there.
Great shot.
We'll call him 52 for a look. 12 for tops. Wants to regroup here.
Double 10 to make it 2-1.
Dead center.
There it is.
Yeah, well, on the board, but the hard part for Team App is going to be getting the break a throw now in this one to force a last leg decider.
Yes, the loser goes first. Race to 3. Worst spot is going down 2-0. Because even if you're able to bring it back, your opponent's going to get this this free opening. Jason seemed to figure something out. And so has Colin.
Yeah, Colin really stepping it up after those first 2 legs, doing a lot of the mentality changes correct there. The whole board kind of lighting it up at the moment. Definitely showing that, hey, if we're going to raise that standard, then we're going to raise it quick for all these guys.
Michael Peters, though, leaves a big opening. It's going to put more pressure on Colin because may have to take this out in the next 9 darts.
Yeah, it's going to be weighing heavy on his mind for sure. He knows that he has to score as much as possible, get off to the races running here. I mean, to break the throw is just such a tall task, especially in a freeze format. Both you and your partner need to be firing on all cylinders. MPJ right now does recover on that last start there, but starting to get into a scary situation. You don't want it to slip out of control. one big round from any player here can change the momentum of the whole match.
Yeah, did a pretty good job getting within, 38 points. Oh, and he's going to get a little help here. Only 22. Saw a 25 open from Jason in the last leg. Thought he may have figured something out here, but Colin doing the right things, switching to those 19s. Trip 20 will leave a finish now. Good board management. Love to see it.
Yeah, beautiful textbook stuff there saying, hey, you're giving me the opportunity to lead the pack. I will. I'm going to make sure I'm on a finish here and basically challenge the rest to try to do so. Summit Switch will not be able to do so in this turn. Meg, we showed over 8 women's matches yesterday.
And again, just going back to what we were saying earlier, this is a qualifying event for the ESPN tournament, which is another big reason that we focus on it. This is an open event, so anyone is more than able to join.
Absolutely. And we have seen people play into it. And look at Colin here. Hold on a second. Oh, he wanted that one. Hold on. Yeah, no, you're right. It's a qualifying event. It's open to anybody play into, but this is for the invitational shootout where we will see plenty of great female challengers out there as well. And I'm excited to see these ladies continue to perform well out here and on our stream as well. There's just some top level talent. One of which we haven't had a chance to feature on the stream yet, but I definitely have been excited to see is the Olivia lady that you were telling me about as well. We got a chance to talk with Kalika and then Trish Grezik as well. There's so much talented female in this tournament and across all the other regionals. Excited to see how that continues to develop.
Good recovery there. Single 3 followed by 2 treble 19s. Colin, though, to tie it up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the freeze. I honestly kind of looked at it at first. I was like, why did he go 19? I was like, that's why he went there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, frustrating
As
scenario.
soon as he hit the 19, that's exactly right. I started looking around like, okay, what am I missing?
Yeah,
Old steel tip habits.
Yeah, it's one of those things where even the players, even if you're a veteran of it, it's sometimes a factor. That's why you see these guys, they'll take that extra moment before approaching the board in some of these scenarios, especially if they're on a finish. Because if you don't do that, the one time you're wrong, it can really hurt. Oh, and MPJ right now, very frustrated. He has to realign. Won't be able to unfreeze this turn, assuming Hardwick does not bust, but he needs to make sure he's in a position to unfreeze next turn. And with 30 points, that will not suffice.
Yeah, not going to do it. And wouldn't be surprised if Jason took advantage here, took this down 3-1. Colin's going to push off. And this 102 is live as well. Great first. 2 for tops, 10 for double 16. 2 for tops it is. Oh, and left it very short. but no real danger here.
And
Slim needs to get to a finish. That's what needs to happen for an outside chance here.
exactly. The proposition changes from unfreezing to saying, all right, well, I have to hope that they both miss and then take the out myself. And that's going to be the only option left. So Hardwick here for the match, double 10.
Ooh, tricky double 5. Ah, he finds it.
Yeah, he gets it in there. Gets it in there one way or another. And you can see some respect between these guys, some handshakes abound. And listen, that's a little bit of a good start to the day here, and I'm excited to see some more. We got our first 1080 of the day on the live stream here, and guys, we're excited to be bringing you coverage of this pro doubles event over here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Gordon, I think we're going to take a look and see what match is coming up next on our stream board here, and then we'll get it on over. What do you say?
Sounds good. And I just want to address Ryan asking why Colin left 3.
Mhm.
At that stage in the game, he just wanted to get down as low as possible because the only way they're going to win the game from there is if he is not freezing his partner, and then Slim could have taken a big shot out if he had got down to a finish. So that's the reason why you saw him leave an odd, no pun intended, 3 there at the end.
Yeah, and when you guys have questions about that, we're going to be happy to explain it because, of course, sometimes we get caught off guard as we showed in that match as well. So, guys, don't go far. We're going to be bringing you the action all day long here. Bracket link posted in the chat for you for the pro bracket, and of course, you can follow along on your BullShooter app. Just go to that Tournament King section, hit all events, and from there you'll be able to find all of our different brackets for this regional. So, guys, don't go far. Nick Sherrick, Gordon Dixon, be right back. Here we go, back in the action here. Sorry about that slight delay there, guys. Everyone's quick to get to their boards for these Sunday darts, so we had to wait on the next available match there. But we're excited to be bringing you coverage of Flashpoint versus Steagles on our stream board here. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
Yeah, excited to see this one. If you were watching the stream, we did get to see the completion of Joe and Levi's last match, as they were all knotted up there.
Yeah, we
against
did.
Brown and Godek.
Yeah, it went down to the wire there for them there. But we're excited to see this one take place underway, although Joe has already gotten me once today with the double clutch on the diddle. Give me switching the camera back and forth a little too much there. So tricky with that.
Well, that, and you never know which set of darts he's going to throw.
It's true.
Turn to turn.
See, I think you should make it a little bit more chaotic instead of having, different flights to let them know which barrels are which. Just put all random flight colors and just let the dart gods decide.
Yeah, it's only a game of millimeters. What's changing a variable every time you throw?
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Well, here we go. We got a good matchup here. Excited to see it. We've seen Joe Hedrick on stream, but all of these other gentlemen, I believe, have not made an appearance yet. I did actually get a chance to do an interview with Levi back over there, standing by the bull, and got a good chance to get some insights with him on the dart scene around here and his mentality and approach to the game. And just a pretty insightful guy that has had a lot of good runs at this tournament as Joe Hedrick loads it up there with 180.
Here comes Philly. Philly gracing the stream, not this weekend, but previously. Coming to 2 or 3 of the BullShooter events, I believe. Yeah, Levi doing well on the ADO tour as well. Some of those 2 out of 3 weekend steel tip tournaments.
Look at Dennis here, and his board name is actually very accurate, as he did beat me in the Thursday blind draw. So therefore, I agree.
You gotta love it when they live up to the name.
Well, Joe, 221 here, head of the pack and looking strong so far. Oh, give us another. We're back to back.
It's okay, he's looking down.
Yeah, he did a switch there. Was trying to leave 50. Yeah, I'm feeling a little frustrated there. Wasn't able to get to a finish, and he knows how consequential that can be. But Levi has to be careful. He doesn't want to set up a potential freezing scenario here, so he needs to keep his scoring in line and try to find a trip on this last dart. So he doesn't do so. Not going to freeze this next turn, but in case Joe doesn't hit 84, it could come into play.
Yeah, that's why it's tough, because Joe's so far out in front, should be feeling comfortable. And Levi's score may leave him not as comfortable as he probably should go.
And we saw that.
But here it is.
84 for the first game here. $64 now, so trip 16 for double 8. A couple different ways you can go about this.
He really should take a look at this. He needed to go 14 bull.
Yeah, considering considering two big scores there from Philly and A-hole could completely change the tape here.
Yeah, should always try to get a shot at that finish when you can. Now, this is singles, and your opponent's on 225, 271. Set up however you like.
Philly knows that this is a big let off here, and he's going to try to make it hurt. Could hurt more, but that was a solid scoring round.
Yeah, a lot on Levi here. Couple of troubles, though, and he'll be in the clear.
It's the couple of troubles part that's always the hard part.
That is the tricky part.
Oh, and
I should have been more specific.
Yeah.
Should have been more specific. You see Joe back there trying to
calm him down.
Just educate him to move it over a little bit.
He did move it over a little bit. So need
right last.
Yeah. Dennis here needs to get below 123 here to set up a freeze.
It's not going to happen. So Joe going to be clear on the 32. Disaster avoided here.
So 32 is the shot. Double 16. Nails it. The winner of this match will get the team of X1 Elite. So that's going to be JJ Carpenter and Denny Garn.
A couple of guys Joe will be very familiar with. All in the north central Ohio region.
And this bracket is moving super swift. I mean, these are top 8 match. This is a top 8 match that we're looking at, and we will go ahead and get both those top 4s as well. So things are moving swift today. The players, I think, after Friday said, all right, because there's multi aspects about when tournaments run long, but a lot of the players said, hey, we got to take the onus here as well. We need to make sure we're at the boards quick and keep things moving. And that's been a recurring theme yesterday and today is players are not really wasting as much time getting to the board as they were in previous days.
Everybody excited to see who is going to get that spot, or those spots, I should say.
Mm-hmm. Now, speaking of excited to see, DJ and I were talking about this on the live feed yesterday. So, Gordon, I want to pick your brain here. Action Dads podcast again. When's it coming back?
Oh, I wish. I have a standing meeting in my email with DJ on Sundays at 4:00 because we were going to try to reboot it, but both of us struggling to find the time to sit down and talk about something that we already talk about for hours on end on these live streams.
Yeah, if only you knew a person that specializes in remote live stream production.
I'm not gonna lie. I almost threw out there. We really just need somebody that would do it all for us, and then we could just sit there and talk, and then we might be able to make that happen quicker. But I knew that you were going to jump in and be like, "Yeah, if you only knew somebody that could do that."
You saw where I was setting you up from the beginning there.
Yeah, no, I saw it from the beginning. I do want to know what DJ's response was.
He said that he really got excited at the prospect that would be on the table. And honestly, I just think a lot of people would love to hear you guys just chat in a more casual, non-tournament setting again, and it would be a lot of fun. So I think it's something that we could absolutely make possible here. If the cards fall right, I know you guys have very busy lives, and you got little ones. I have a cat named Fred. He's pretty low maintenance, so scheduling is always the factor there, right?
For sure. Yeah, no, I'd certainly entertain it. It was always super fun to do. I thought we had some cool little fun segments that we always did, um, and there's no shortage of things to talk about. There would have to be a disclaimer that anything we talked about was not the views or opinions of any of the companies that we work for.
Correct. That would be the biggest. It was actually, we're just going to have that running ticker that just says that.
Yeah, outside of that, because that was what I think most people appreciated about the podcast. We didn't pull many punches.
Yeah, well, guys, if you're watching along right now, let us know. Would you guys like to see the Action Dads back together here? Because I know it would be a lot of fun to watch you guys talk it out. Especially also because since I've been in the mix, I think one of the more interesting things is that you guys aren't commentating together as much nearly because I've been breaking it up a little bit. Been breaking up the Dream Team. So having you guys back together on the mic, unfiltered, is always fun.
Oh no, we were getting sick of each other. It's fine.
Oh, there you go.
It's one
You guys heard it
one
here.
one 100%.
And this is why the Beatles broke up. Am I the Yoko Ono here? I don't know how this analogy works. Levi with a
Big shot.
171 to leave 156. That's a huge shot.
Yeah, Flashpoint just looking like they got a little too much firepower here. And Philly, you're gonna see his live reaction of what he thinks of that dart. I see you, TJ Harding. TJ Harding, one of the well, actually, one of the biggest reasons why we started doing calling each other dad was actually staying the night at his house during a dart tournament. But a story for another time.
Another time, indeed. Joe here, 115, just going to continue to set himself up here. Team Flashpoint looking pretty solid so far after the first leg and into this one.
The man known as a hole could put in a big shot and bring this all back very close.
Yeah. Dennis there does keep up with the scoring there, but with neither guy on it out and both Flashpoint players on it out. This is so far shaping up to be pretty solid for them so far. Solid last start there for Levi to kind of save a scrappy turn there, but Philly's going to have to try to set himself up, and then Dennis to bring his score down is going to be their game plan here. Hedrick here, 95 the shot.
Looks like he's looking down. Trouble 19. That's where he wanted. 74, trip 14. This may be one of those places where he goes outside the box. Much better decision.
Yeah, I think in this given scenario, the higher scoring power, the more common trouble he's been throwing this weekend. I do like that approach. And he
Yeah,
does
good
take
board
it.
management. Polishes it off.
Yeah, that's definitely when you're the difference that we see here. A with the freeze rule that we've already talked about, but B is that the doubles are a little bit more forgiving. You can kind of set yourself up a little differently than you typically would. On top of the fact of scoring on those bigger power troubles, so good use of the board there and great board management, as you said. Good recovery there from Joe. Didn't want that to be a slack visit. If they can get it done in 3 straight, that's their entire intention here. No need to mess around.
Uninteresting darts. That's what I was always looking to play.
Speaking of uninteresting darts, last night playing in the blind draw, we decided to put our matchup on the stream board, which of course there was no stream of for the late evening there, and I decided I was like, you know what, I'm gonna hit record on our streaming software here, and that way I can watch it back, take some notes, and my partner and I, after we finished playing, it was really ugly. We were like, yeah, we're just going to delete that and never look at it again, and that was exactly how that felt. It was rough.
Philly again, disappointed, only 60. Joe, who's had the hot hand on the board thus far, taking out the first 2 legs. We've seen a 180 from him already.
I see another. We'll see another.
How
Joe
about that?
loading it up in style, and they're looking solid. I mean, this Eagles team is not a slouching team because they did win 6 straight legs to get here. They have not dropped the league up until this point, and now they might be on the end of getting 3-0'd if they don't start catching some fire here.
Yeah, to nil is not where you want to be. Never feel like you're in the match. I don't believe they've even had a shot at a finish. The streaming board again can be a very lonely place.
Yeah, certainly.
Solid turn from Levi. That's really all he needs to do. Keep plugging away.
Here we go. So Joe have an opportunity to set himself up again in front of that pack. Doesn't he do anything fancy fanfare, just wants to keep staying true and do what he needs to do. That's a real awkward dart for him to try to get around. I would personally probably just take a switch here of some kind. Decides to try to throw through it, just catching 60 points there. So a little bit of a let off.
Yeah, 6 darts away from a finish, and technically Philly and a hole are as well, depending on their scoring prowess.
Well. Oh, wrong side of the wire there on the last, but I was going to say that would have been a huge hit there to all of a sudden start to turn the script.
Yeah, to be the first at a finish there would have definitely been a big step forward in trying to turn this this match around. Now Levi needs to find a big trouble. He's not going to do it. Just body language from Levi. He's done enough thus far, but never has seemed confident in the match so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that sentiment there.
Philly with 2 on the top wires and into the 7.
Well, Joe here again will have this opportunity, but with Levi being in the position that he's in, Joe knows he has to put a lot of pressure on this. He has to hit a big shot here and kind of exert the force over to Dennis. Yeah, that's
It's an
not.
out.
It's an out, but it's not the out that he was intending to leave, right? I mean, when you're going up there 176 to only get to a 154 here, if anything, Dennis would give a little bit more confidence and relaxation because he knows, okay, well, now it's my turn to make them feel the heat. Break a sweat here.
And the cruel BullShooter boards making the triple sounds for those next door triples. Perfectly possible for Levi to actually leave a better finish than Joe has. Now, not now.
Yeah, and that you can see that's all the wrong body language. And you can see Joe's the one keeping the cool head for the team. He's saying, "Hey, settle in. Let's settle in. None of this extra stuff. You just do you." I don't think he would say "honey boo boo," but that's what I would have added to the end of that. Combined 237 there, so just outside of freeze range. 154 almost has to go now. It will not.
Should be treble 20.
Oh, he's fancy.
Oh, I was looking at the treble 20 just for the number of points. Still a good leave.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I mean, getting the extra points on the board is always a good call, but might be a moot point if Dennis just takes this here. 10 for tops to get the leg on the board. Drags a little bit low. Levi needs to hit right now. Needs to give Joe a chance here if Philly does not hit the 127.
Yeah, honestly, 180 still doesn't even guarantee anything, but it is on. You see the reaction from the partner. Oh, right next door. That cruel triple sound.
That is cruel indeed. As Philly here, even if he doesn't take it out, can still set up a freeze here, getting below 73.
Yep, 72 or lower, and Joe not going to be able to shoot that 32. Just needs to be smart about this. And finds the treble. Exclamation point.
Yeah, you expect Joe just to bring it down to 2, 4, 6, or 8. Alex for 2. He says, I'll hang out in the madhouse. You guys do what you're going to do.
Now, the good part about this is they don't need as much help to come back. They didn't get even the little help that they needed.
Well,
but we're at 2-1. And Flashpoint going to get us started.
I have someone that wants to say hi to you in chat here. I have a special guest in the booth, Gordon. You ready to say hi?
Yeah.
Hi, Gordon.
Say who you are. You can't just say hi, Gordon, like that. Who are you?
I feel like he's going to call me Patty.
I was trying to place it, but you didn't say any boots or anything, so I couldn't.
Zed. Maybe some Zeds.
Maybe some Zeds. I don't say a boot, but I do still say Zed.
Trish Grezik, everybody.
In the house.
Or if you're in the United wing of an airport.
You get called Patty.
Patty.
How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing? I saw you got the singles win. Congratulations.
And the doubles win. Thanks.
Oh, and the doubles win. Oh, we did watch that. We did watch that.
Absolutely.
It was just so quick, I don't even remember it.
It was 4 straight. Why haven't we played any women's matches here today?
Whoa.
We're
working on it. It's early in the day.
I'm hoping to
We
win
haven't
the
played
next
any
doubles
women's
match.
matches because none of them are braving the Open.
Easy.
The pro bracket that gets you into the BullShooter Invitational.
Yeah, why would I play pro bracket when I can win the women so easily?
Because we want to see you on ESPN.
Whoa.
But granted, you did get that spot through
I did. I won the singles.
through the singles as
Yeah.
well. So congratulations on that, by the way.
Thanks.
So there's the reason you should have said on the record that you did not play in the pro bracket.
What's going on with this match right now? Where are we? I literally just walked in.
Well, we're up 2-1, Joe and Levi on Philly and a hole.
All right.
Now, Trish, we did do an interview yesterday, but we haven't had a chance to share the stream yet. But one of the things that you and I talked about was inspiring new women to get into the sport here. And I mean, with your great performances on the stream that we've seen, what advice do you want to tell the women that are watching in chat, or the men, or anybody else alike?
Oh, that's a good question. I just want women to know that it's an equal opportunity. Keep playing, it's practice, don't get frustrated, and enjoy the game. It's all about enjoying it. This isn't what we do for a living. At the end of the day, we go home and we go to work. So just come and have fun.
And follow-up question for you on that real quick, as Levi does hit a big 180 there. What advice would you give Gordon for commentary?
I have nothing for Gordon. I know better. He'll call me Patty on stream.
You heard it. Trish thinks Gordon is perfect in commentary.
Yeah, he does a great job. I got nothing negative to say about Gordon.
See, that's a woman that knows who has a microphone more than she does.
Absolutely. He warned me when I sat down. He goes, "Are you going to swear? Are you going to behave?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "No." I'm like, "I'll be good. I promise."
All valid questions. All valid questions.
He's like, "You got to behave on stream." I'm like, "Okay, just one time."
Just one time. One time.
All right, I need to go practice and warm up because I think we're sitting in like top 4 maybe in the women's. I'm not sure. We got to be getting close. That's us right there on hold.
Top 4.
Top 4. Well, hopefully see you guys soon on stream.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to get our peek into the bracket here. As honestly, the pro bracket's moving super fast today. The women seem to be moving super
Yeah,
fast.
well, it's 301 crapshoot, by the way.
So
How does it not move fast?
Exactly. So we're cruising. So we'll try to get some ladies matches on stream. And hey, we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, hopefully see you soon. It's a struggle bus today, by the way. It's
Sunday
Sunday.
darts.
It's
Sunday
Sunday
darts.
darts. It's terrible. All right, people, enjoy the stream. Enjoy Gordon's commentary. Nick, they're doing a great job. Love you guys.
Good luck. Back to the action. Only big shots needed here. That's not going to do it. So at least 6 for Joe and Levi to polish this up 3-1.
Yeah. Again, looking pretty much in the same form we saw in leg 1 and 2 there. And honestly, leg 3, they were still in the mix for the most part. So Joe knows, hey, let's just keep it going here. Not happy with the first. Let's see how he recovers.
Now, trip 13 is what I would have said the last time, Joe, with a trip 18. So maybe trip 17 for him?
Yeah, that's what I would presume here. He does go for the trip 13, so
Of course.
keeps us on our toes. But yeah, your logic is sound there, and honestly, the double 10 is a kind of getting more normalized as a leave. I think that's a lot to do with Luke Littler's popularity on it lately. Philly there, though, not able to collect just 45 points, so not really putting much stakes in the game here. 101's the shot. Single 1 for tops. Went for the 9 for double 16, but Did not connect there, kind of just threw that one quick.
Looks like we've got a very harsh critic over Levi's right shoulder. Little man just waiting to be entertained.
Oh, there you go. Now I see it. I was like, what do you mean? Everyone seems to be hanging out. Yep, no, you're right. That is not impressed as that stands.
No. Yeah, odd one there from Levi. Plenty of other options, even if he did want to get lower.
Yeah, and getting low is not necessarily the main concern for Flashpoint at that point, considering now that the first leave is left to buy Dennis there. They could have just focused on setting up a little more clean, knowing that they would get 2 shots for the game and the match.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time here. 18 for tops should be the shot from Joe.
Got a little shaking there. I think he thought he went too high on it, catching that wire. Double top now. And catches it there. Again, a little sigh of relief as he thought he was into the double one. Catching those wires close, getting the job done, though. Good job to Team Flashpoint. And I believe we're going to be getting into our top 4 of our winners bracket here. So, guys, we're going to figure out which match is coming next on our stream board. Will not be as long as we do have some matches on standby for us here. So, Nick the Chair, Gordon Dixon, and no more Trish in the booth, but win our hearts for sure. Appreciate you as always, Patty. Oh, no, I did it too. All right, guys, we will be back in just a moment's time. Don't go far, folks. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, regional coming back at you in just a moment. Here we go, guys. We got a great match here for you. We got our top 4 underway here. Got a couple warm-up darts on the board, and now they're ready to get roaring here. We got Team Yahtzee, which is Don Stewart there, and wow, they just completely deleted Doug Williams' name. That's brutal. And then, of course, on the other hand, there, Dr. Dragon, Jules Van Doggen, and some guy named Johnny Lackey. Of course, we saw him in Texas with Derek Hinkle, where they threw a 9-darter there. Derek Hinkle did. To get into the tiebreaker of the King Seat match, and it was such an emotional thing. I promise you guys, go back to the Texas BullShooter and watch that. That was one of my favorite things we've commentated, not only this whole tour, but just in general for me. But anyways, I'm Nick Teixeira. We're excited to be bringing coverage of this one. Gordon did have to go on a quick errand. He said he needed to go buy some milk, and just like my father, we'll see him eventually. 180 there for Doug. Loading it up and getting himself down to 321 there. So starting off strong. The standard is going to be raised here for some of these guys. We were looking earlier, and I mean, you're looking at about 33 or higher, basically 100 points a turn or higher. Anything less than that is not going to be a turn you're going to be happy with. So let's know who you're cheering for in the chat, who you got, and who you want to see win here. Team Yahtzee or Team Dr. Dragon. Don Stewart. Got to see him on Friday play on the stream, and nearly made the stream on Saturday as well, making a deep run there. We were talking a lot about his hitch, where he was struggling with his form, and what was going on there. But, I mean, he's still playing at a high standard, and it just shows that he's getting to the other end of where it is. And certainly I think a lot of us are happy to see something like that happen, especially when you're talking about one of the OGs of the game here. So Doug there, 81 points. So still out in front after 6. Jules struggling a little bit in this one, and he made it very clear when we talked. It's been a long weekend for him between the travel into a long Friday night. He got a little bit of reprieve on Saturday, and I believe got second in the mixed trips to the Mike Porterfield-led team there. And so he's had some good results. He's gotten 2 second-place finishes there and did qualify for the ESPN Invitational Shootout, which Johnny Lackey is also qualified for as well. So if that team does make it to the final, it basically means the both of the invitations would go to the runner-up team, which is an interesting thing of note there. And so if you're a lot of the other teams, especially a team that has already gone to the losers bracket side, it's almost like a little tantalizing cherry of like, hey, we're cheering for that team, because if that means all we have to do is make it to final, we don't have to double dip to get those invitational spots. Doug here wants to leave and out and be a first one to finish. And will do so, barring a crazy miss here. And 140 will suffice. He's not happy with that last start. He wanted more, but will certainly do, as you're ahead of the pack, sir. See a lot of people in chat here. Yvonne, Austin, Lewis, Justin, Russ. A lot of people saying, let's go, Jules. Let's go, Johnny. And there you go, Jules Van Doggen getting back into the fray there with the 180. Getting himself to that 105. And Don Stewart throwing significantly faster than Friday night. Look at Friday night and watch what he was doing with that first dart. He was having a hard time getting it going and taking a long time. I'm like over 10 seconds to get that first dart out of his hands. And today seems a lot more of a standard pace, seems to be a lot more comfortable. And I wonder if something clicked for him this weekend. Lackey here getting in some trouble, and now basically guaranteed that he's going to freeze Jules here, assuming that there's no bus for Doug Williams. Everyone's saying, is Jules wearing jeans? Yeah, he's been in Missouri for long enough now. He's starting to look it. Soon he's going to start getting more of that like dad bod belly because he eats barbecue all the time. And I expect to switch to Hey Dudes pretty soon here. Yeah, so not able to take out the 105. He is frozen, so he's just going to have to tee up. Going to bring it down as low as he can here. He's like, which triple should I throw at? How should I set it up? Psyching himself out. He even like give a little smile. He's like, "What am I doing?" They went for the trip 13 there. 32 left. Over to the double 15. Trip 10. Yeah, just went for the double 15. He's kind of like waving his hand there. He's like, "I'm not sure what my game plan was." He's getting into a lot more soft tip here. I mean, we already know that he has qualified for the ESPN Invitational Shootout as Don Stewart. Oh, is he going to take it? Does take it there in 3 darts. He is rumored to be in that CSC Challenger Series for Season 6 as well. And long format soft tip is something that we haven't seen Jules play because there's not a lot of long format soft tip. So I'm excited to see him at some more of these events and doing some work as always. Jules lead off leg number 2 here. So Don Stewart to try to follow right behind. Again, throwing significantly more fluid than in the days prior. It's really cool to see some of the old guard get back into the sport. I know he's been trying for the last couple months, couple years to get through this hitch. And if any of you guys have struggled with that in the past, you know how utterly frustrating it can be. It is where you just know what to do and you can't force your body to do it. It's like me trying to go on a diet. It's rough. And Don with that lax opening here puts the pressure on Doug to lead the pack now. Oh, that was a good marker on the first, but just catching high and right. Wasn't able to work it in there. So Dr. Dragon looking pretty solid so far early in the leg. Do have about over 500 of you guys tuning in right now. Do appreciate each and every one of you. Let me know where you're watching from. So it's a good time to see you guys hanging out with us in the chat here. Again, Gordon Dixon will be back in just a little bit. Just had to go get some bananas. David L saying, we don't talk about the hitch. David, all we talk about when you're on the live stream is how you have to fix your hat 20 different angles before you actually throw the dart. I don't even think that's a hitch. I think that's just a style thing. We got Florida, Idaho, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, Washington. Got a lot of you guys tuning in here. A great first start for Doug. Right in the center of it. He had room to work. And then tries to place it to the right side, avoiding that dart that went into the 5. Doesn't connect into the bed, though. Texas, Illinois, Michigan, California. What's going on, everybody? Jules with the cover shot there for the 1-3-4. Kind of have that expectation when you're watching Jules because of his PDC status to be a little bit more comfortable in this format compared to others. But at the end of the day, it is so dependent on the weekend, the event, and the partner. It's not as easy as just saying, oh, well, he plays overseas, so therefore he must be the best in the room at it. He is an excellent shot and one of the best in the room. I will not take that away from him, but it's just important to note every day is different when you're approaching a tournament like this. Jeremy saying, y'all need to bring BullShooters back to Georgia. I actually want that so bad, especially being in Florida because it's a drivable BullShooter. But you have to talk to your statesman there because the gambling laws prevent us from having a tournament there from our understanding. That is why that tournament doesn't exist anymore. Oh, great first start there from Jules. And a second. He's just going to stay on it. Oh, he does go for the cover. He's trying to make it pretty, leaving double 8 there, going for that 16 transition. No need to stay on the 20 to bring it all the way down to 4 if you don't want to. Especially with Team Yahtzee having trouble rolling the dice here. Do want to give a shout out to the people here attending the regional, as I'm going to be honest, they've been crushing it on the jukebox. I can hear some of the music through the walls, and I've been rocking out and having a good time. And I always judge each regional based off the jukebox of which I can hear. And overall, if I were to do a power rankings, Michigan at the bottom, unfortunately, there. At the top, never Florida as well. I don't have the Florida bias. I would say probably New York would be the jukebox power ranking top rank for me right now. Double top for Jules. Gonna have to move over now. The look of surprise in his eyes as he's like, all right, I guess I'm going to have to do it the hard way. Taking all three to get there. Here we go. Leg number 3. 1 apiece in this one. So no real breakaway yet. $140 there for Jules to get things going. Don on that first leg looked brilliant, but in the last leg and quarter here, little strugglesome moments. And same thing for Doug. They're kind of catching a cold streak at the wrong time. And I promise you, the AC vent isn't above the bullpen this time. Yeah, Chad, I agree with that. Can't believe Wisconsin doesn't have a BullShooter. You would think with the darting population and the size of it, the regional tour, there's always something that we're adapting, changing, and trying new locations. Like I know we brought it back to Nashville this year to try that one out as well, and a couple of different locales. Most notable thing of the Nashville BullShooter was, of course, watching the 15-year-old Mason Sasser make the pro list. It was absolutely incredible performance and was absolutely beating up on Joe Chainsaw Cheney there for a little bit, and Joe Cheney snapped out and came back to reality. And then, of course, I would say the hot chicken was another highlight, but honestly, kind of overrated. So Jules just going to continue to lead the pack here. Seems to be finding more of a rhythm and stride. That first leg was a little uncharacteristic, and we're seeing more of what you typically expect. Finding all three and loading up with a ton 80 there. First start kind of hanging over the 19s. You see Doug did decide to do that change there just because he felt like the 20s weren't clicking the last leg into this one. I'm not opposed to doing changes like that when you need to, but it's also just you're psyching yourself out. You're not trusting yourself to get back to the standard and form of what you would typically be. And sometimes that can be for the good or the bad. In this case, not connecting those 19s, putting themselves in a very detrimental position to go 2-1 down. Mike saying Lackey is long for the ride. You know, a lot of people have been joking on Lackey, especially in Texas when Derek Hinkle was playing as well as he did. But Lackey's really good about supporting his partners, and I'll give him credit where credit's due. When I see him at tournaments, he's always there trying to cheer up his partner and stay positive and stay confident. If there's one thing we can all agree with Johnny Lackey, he does not lack confidence. Jules leaving on 55 there with a trip 5 on that last start, but again, with him being well ahead, there's no immediate danger. Same thing with Johnny here, because Doug is kind of struggling to get some points on the board. Just needs to make sure he stays just enough in front, so in case Jules does miss, there's no freeze in play. Don, even if he leaves the finish here, is already currently frozen. Because of this format, I mean, right now, the only thing you can think about in your head is, hey, this is just not our leg. Let's just figure out what's going on with our individual games and our games as a team, and then we'll take it and fix it in the next one, as they still got time to figure it out, just not much. Jules over to the double 10. He's still struggling on the 20 and 10, both times not able to secure them. Over 600 you guys tuning in now. the only impression I'm getting from this is you guys didn't want Gordon anyways. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Always love having half the action dads with me. I feel like the action son, if anything. So Johnny here just going to try to set up. He will be on a finish. Again, just getting that scoring down. Knowing Jules on 10 typically would take this out 9 times out of 10 on a soft tip board and on a steel tip board as well for that fact. Don over on 92 now. So Jules, double 5. He might choose to split it here. He did go right at it last time. Decides to go right at it this time. Hanging over. Needs to be careful on this last. And it does dink it right in the bottom right corner there of the double bed. So 2-1 advantage for Dr. Dragon. Don Stewart and Doug Williams here will get the start, and they know, hey, we need to figure out what we did in that first leg right and start doing it here because it is match point scenario, and Yahtzee needs to roll some 6s. You can see Jules starting off with some perfection there, and honestly, everyone here off to the races. It seems like Team Yahtzee is well aware of their position here. They don't need me to explain it to them. And Jules knows as well as Johnny. Let's just apply the pressure to them. It's on their onus to try to win this leg. So Don Stewart, 366 is just going to try to continue to keep that power scoring in line with that going first advantage here. Interesting note there. I think that first dart left his hand a little funny. That's the dart where he's been struggling. Those second and third darts, even on Friday night, were perfectly normal Don Stewart darts. It's more of the problem of where we've seen him struggle is the fact that he's just having that first dart not come out the way he wants it to, and it's getting kind of almost glued to the hand there. But then he was able to do a massive correction. Don and Jules doing well so far. Doug and Johnny not far behind. $140 there. Beautiful shot from Doug. Yeah, this is a very well standard game so far. Pressure definitely on Johnny now. Both those trip 5s could come in to be very hurtful to Dr. Dragon. He might need a checkup there. Don and Doug just going to continue to score. Both of them hitting 100 apiece would put all the pressure on Johnny. Yeah, that's a great shot. Great last start there from Don. So the 135 there, 106. Jules going to set himself up on a finish as well. In this given scenario, Jules is just going to focus on trying to set up an ideal finish that he would prefer to take, as it's more important for him to get the shot at the out, as if Johnny doesn't score big, he might only get one shot if he gets that one shot. 2-2-1. Just going to try to stay true on those 20s. That's an awkward first start for him. Yeah, because he tried to throw underneath and overcompensated, pulling to the right. Combined 304 combined. So wants to get at least a trip here to make makes the shot a little bit harder for Johnny Lackey. So combined 244 now. So Johnny Lackey needs to get below 244. If he doesn't do it, Jules will not have a shot. And Jules won't have a shot, and Don's going to make it even harder, too, because he's going to get the shot first at 106. First start's good. 14 for double 16. No, he went 6 for tops. Does get it there in 3. 12 darter there, 41.75 points per darts for Don Stewart. On to the diddle here. Jules, the show first. That's a good dart there. Although Don can take advantage of it from where it is sitting, using it almost as a backboard. Oh, did not stick, so he's going to get a rethrow. And catches low there. So JVD and Johnny Lackey will get the start in this tie-breaking leg here for your top 4 to see who gets their first ticket in to the King Seat match there. Who do you got, guys? Who we cheering for? And Jules with a little bit of a lax opening compared to the standard of which he has been at for the last 3 legs here. This could be a big moment. Don opened with a 2 triple open at last go. So work his way up from there. Oh, but doesn't do so. Not able to capitalize on the opportunity. Oh, the chat's chanting. We see some chants in the chat. $85 there scored. Doug Williams just going to try to continue going along. That's a great first start. He's going to try to work in to the right-hand side. Has plenty of room to continue working with that. Gets away from him a little bit on the last one, but still 1-2-5 opening there. Says, hey, we're not going to go down lightly here. It's anybody's game still at this point. Not a clear breakaway yet. And Jules can place it right on top of that dart. He tried to. A little bit over high on it. Yeah, that's the wrong time for this to happen for Don. We can see it's characteristic where it's some of these legs he's just on and it's business as usual, and then right here it's the wrong time for this to be happening, and Johnny Lackey makes it hurt, gives us a little pump to the side there, hits a 180. Dr. Dragon looking sharp so far. Again, I'm going to reiterate for everyone, I'm not a big fan of team names. I think outside of triples and quads are a little bit different, but especially in doubles, I don't think team names are necessary, especially for pro matches on a stream. But Dr. Dragon is a pretty funny team name, all things considered. And as long as we take the handsome out of it, we're fine. So Jules going to keep just chucking away here with Don at the 400s. Not much pressure to do anything other than what you feel comfortable doing. And just comfortable just hitting all 3, just like Johnny Lackey showed him. Trisha, you might be biased in the chat there. You might be a little biased, considering you also have the Lackey last name. All right. Well, here's Johnny setting up from 2-3-6. He's frustrated with that first start. Hey, great cover on the last. Again, with no immediate freeze in play here. Doesn't really matter as much as long as you keep scoring a good amount of points each go here. Jules seems to be feeling it right now. 98 will be his look on his next go. Here we go. For the match, JVD to get their spot in the king seats. 78. One trip 18 for double 12. And gets it there. And then you can see quick handshakes all around and a little fist pump there from the Dutch Dragon, getting things done. And we're excited to see. We have another top 4 match here coming up in just a moment. And I believe after that, we're also getting some ladies top 4 matches as well on our stream here. So we're going to spread the love, have some fun with it. I know I'm having a great time. I can see you guys are all having a great time as well. Nearly 700 of you guys tuning in. And guys, the next match here, they're already waiting in the rafters there. So they'll be in about 1 to 5 minutes, give or take. I'm going to try to get them over there as fast as possible there. If you guys want to follow along with the brackets here, we have 3 different brackets running. All you have to do is go to your BullShooter app on your smart device, go over to the Tournament King section. From there, hit all events, and then you select the bracket that you want to follow along with. The pro bracket being the bracket called Oops. Wonder why that is. And the 9501MN is the non-pro, and 9301WM is the women's. So I will also go ahead and post those links in chat for you. As we got Jack Van Doggen in there. We got the brother, I believe. So excited to have everybody tuning along with us here. Bracket links are posted in chat, guys. And we're going to go ahead and get that next match over here right away. Be back in just a moment's time. We're going to figure out what's coming up next. Here we go. Hope you guys didn't go far. Excited to be back in the mix here for what is bound to be another great top 4 match in our Pro Doubles 01. Who's going to get that ticket to the King Seat match? An ever so important position to be in. We're going to find out. We got X1 Elite here, JJ Carpenter and Denny Garn going up against Flashpoint. That's going to be Joe Hedrick and, of course, Levi Bilger there. So the battle of the jersey companies is what I'm seeing here. Of course, I'm Nick Chair bringing you coverage of this one. Having a great time as always. We got to see a really good match in that last one. Tiebreaker match between the Don Stewart and Doug Williams team over the Jules Van Doggen, Johnny Lackey team, where it went down to tiebreaker and Dr. Dragon moved on to get that first ticket in the King Seat there. So just to give you guys an update of what our plan is, I was actually here talking with a couple of different players and just hanging out and getting to see some different things and ask for some opinions on what we should do with the stream, because I always like to try to be a little flexible and do some fun stuff with it. And what we're going to end up doing here is we're going to, after this match, get one of the women's doubles top 4 matches. We're going to try to get both, depending on timing here. The brackets are moving really fast, so I'm just trying not to hold anybody too long. So barring time, we'll try to get both, but we're going to get at least one of the women's top 4 matches after this. And then if so, we're going to try to get both, then the King Seat, and then the Queen Seat match. And then on to what the lead up to the finals. That's going to be our plan here. We're going to try to have a little bit more of a balanced attack, because I promise you guys, I know we talk about it a lot. We always try to work on our approach here, work on what we can do to make sure you guys get to see what you want, and also give you guys the best quality matches and to give the players the best opportunities to show their stuff on the stream. Got over 400 of you guys already tuning back in with us. Excited to have all you guys hanging out here. So Denny Garn, see what he's got in store for us. Finds the first one there. Oh, he wanted to place right with it. Does get it on the last, though, so good round there for Denny Garn. Finding the 140 there. I won't even bring up the Lazy Boy Denny Garn chair story. Of course, we did get to see Denny on the stream yesterday as their team named the Old Guys, where we saw them play against Mike Porterfield and Tyler Little. And when Mike Porterfield and Tyler Little were playing phenomenal. And during the match, Denny Garn just looks at Mike, pulls him over to the side, and basically says something along the lines of, "Hey, we're called the Old Guys for a reason. Take it easy on us." And they all had a laugh about it there. So 180 for JJ Carpenter there, making it look easy and leading the fray. Joe Hedrick, in the previous match we watched him in, was doing some phenomenal stuff. I think he was playing some of the best starts we've seen him in the whole weekend. He looks well rested, well collected, and it seems to be well executed. A little bit of a slow start in this one, although good recovery there. Excited to see if he can maintain that top form from him that we saw earlier, or if we're going to see any regression. He has a lot of different stuff going on there, as I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think we have Gordon Dixon back here with us.
In the flesh?
Remote flesh.
Remote flesh. Yeah, I couldn't stay away. I was so motivated by the kind words of Patricia that she enjoyed my commentary. I had to come back.
Had to come back indeed. It was fun having a chat with her, though. She's always a very insightful person and not afraid to say her opinion on anything, and I honestly respect that from her.
No. I mean, who am I that feels it appropriate that I do things like this to hold anybody back from their own opinions?
She used to commentate back in the day too, back in the Red Eye Rhino days, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So I never, well, not consistently, anyways. Worked with her in the booth. But yes, I know she's done a couple of things on the the commentary side.
Yeah, she actually was like, "Hey, maybe you think I should commentate this one with you if Gordon's still gone." And I was like, "Yeah, it's not a bad idea, except I think you're going to be next on the live stream here." And she's like, "Yeah, I'm going to go actually warm up, and so I don't embarrass myself." And she walked away.
Yeah, you know the whole dart tournament thing.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, you're here. I'm doing my job. You can decide what you want to do. I mean, it's up to you. Your partner, not mine. So having a laugh there. Well, you didn't miss too much. We only really had the one top four match. You were quick with your exit there as you went to go get milk, as I alluded to.
Yes, something like that. These darn kiddos, they always want to come home.
Oh, I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, I know. Like, can you come get me?
Help!
Oh my
I've been
goodness.
stranded here for hours.
Yeah.
So, well, we did. All you missed there was a phenomenal match. So, shame on you, my friend, because Dr. Dragon versus Yahtzee, the Don Stewart, Doug Williams team, went to the tiebreaker there. It was a fun one to watch.
Oh, who came out on top?
Dr. Dragon did come out on top.
Fair enough.
But the most interesting note from that match, Don Stewart not taking as nearly as long on his first start. I over like 3/4 the time faster at least. He cut
I
off of
saw
that.
I saw that on the side camera. We I believe it was when Joe and Levi were playing Brown and Godek. Right
Yeah.
next to them was um, Don Stewart, and it looked like he was. In fact, I didn't know if he was maybe just warming up. It took me a while to figure out that he was actually in a match.
Yeah, the camera angle's a little deceiving when we try to like show you guys some of the other matches going on. You're like, who's throwing out which board again? So here we go. Denny Garn, 44 is the look. Was going for that 12 double 16, but honestly not the worst miss you could hit there. Double 10 now.
There it is, leg number one.
This is also a full-blown sprint, by the way. We're pretty much into the top 8 on the loser side here. There's the one lead in match playing in a tiebreaker currently. So basically it's 7th to 8th in our pro bracket already. And then in our women's bracket, they're a little bit further behind on the loser side, but not by much. They're basically in the top 12 position. So moving really, really fast here.
Well, somebody's been reading our diary. Getting through these matches. I know you got some interviews to edit.
Yeah.
Wanted to give a little extra time for that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to show you guys some of the interviews we did with these players out here. It's just so insightful to go and talk with different people and say, hey, talk to us about your favorite story, your inspirational darts thing that you would say to someone getting into the sport and expectations and performance and all these different things that are so fascinating because you get to hear the different players' mentality. One of the most interesting interviews was I decided to interview Mike Porterfield, Tyler Little at the same time. And the disparity between their answers shows that they're both high-level players that have different approaches to the game and hear the difference in the mentality. There's a reason they call Mike Porterfield Mr. Humble.
I did not know that they called him that.
I didn't know until I saw it on his jersey the other day, but he doesn't like have it as a big thing there. It's literally just on the back of his collar. And so I'm like, well, I guess if you are Mr. Humble, you wouldn't have a big name plastered on your jersey probably. So yeah, that was something I found out yesterday watching him play. Mike Porterfield's team is on the losers side of the bracket there. They lost out to the Jules and Johnny team. And from my understanding, the worst leg of that game was a 14-darter. It was a 3-1.
Well, there's no sneaking up now on Jules for for Porterfield at this stage of the game.
You're absolutely correct, and that's honestly such a big X factor into the Friday performance as well. On top of the fatigue as well, every player is a lot more well rested today.
Looks like Levi's still struggling just a bit.
Yeah, not quite to the standard of which he would want to be. Yeah, thanks for the reminder in chat, Shane. I had my mic on solo mode, so I was yelling over here by myself and forgot to turn it back down. So thanks for the reminder. You guys, meaning you don't want to hear me just yell nonsense the whole time? Yes.
Only 83 from Mr. Hedrick. JJ well off his pace. JJ well off his standard, just not even close.
Yeah, not the same JJ that we saw in the last leg here, and I mean this is a very important match to win, as we've kind of alluded to with Dr. Dragon being in the King C match. If they end up winning it, they're already both qualified for the shootout, which again will make it a race to see who gets to the finals from the loser side of the bracket. So having, of course, obviously winning against them is a great option as well in the King C match and the top four. But that being said, that's going to be the other big factor there. So we'll see how that plays out for some of these teams that are more focused on the actual invitation part. But at the end of the day, most of these guys are going to be taking it one leg at a time here.
So setup shot here for Joe. It's a good start.
Joe says,
Doesn't
"Come on, give it to me." Not happy with that
doesn't
go.
get there.
Not happy
Yeah,
with that
no.
go.
So JJ looking to put things right. One of he and Denny's sponsors, BG's Main Event, also does tournament ribs and have won a bunch of awards. So I've actually been to that bar that they represent at the Jazz and Rib Fest and the actual BG's location. So if you ever get a chance, I definitely suggest it.
Yeah, I wanna get to playing some more bars, especially when I go up north. I'm always such a creature of habit. My godfather owns a bar, just a little bar with two boards right by the Gahanna airport, and so I've always just played there and just hung out with some of the locals over there. But I haven't actually, other than the Buckeye Open, I haven't played any tournaments in Ohio or even just local draws. So I definitely I'm actually gonna be making a trip here probably in the next month and a half, and we'll try to make it out somewhere.
Yeah, I think they run their big blind draw at BG's on Friday nights. So if that's one of your options, now it's still kind of a hike from Columbus, but worth the drive.
I mean, from Columbus, I usually end up doing that 3-hour drive to Indy every single time to be on that the Sean Green show, the To the Point streaming over there. So to be anything under 3 hours doesn't feel too bad of a hike to do. You sometimes
Well,
gotta
it'll
get out
definitely be under 3 hours for you.
then we're good. Then we're taking it. Yeah, definitely want to go up and especially now that I feel like I'm friends with half of Ohio. I feel at least the BullShooter Ohio players for sure. They keep getting me into trouble every time I see them.
It's 106 is in play.
And is taken. Great shots and a great comeback in that leg for X1 Elite.
Yeah, 0-1, such a funny game when it comes to that. You hit a big ton shot to set something up, and then a ton out, and it can go very fast.
Yeah, we were talking about JJ and Denny kind of being off their game at the start of that, but you're right. It's just so fickle about how things can happen, and one match everything's going your way, one game everything's going your way, and it can just change in the blink of an eye. I mean, the last match we saw, Joe Hedrick was hitting pretty much everything he wanted to hit, and now it seems to be more relegated to a scrappier sense of play.
Here comes Denny. The MVP so far hit both outs.
Yeah, looking solid here. Denny Garn just feeling comfortable, and he's a shot that, I mean, we've talked about it in other stops on the tour, but he's just one of those guys that kind of just consistently gets stuff done, and when he struggles, he usually is pretty quick to snap himself out of it.
See if Joe can feel inspired. Only a ton.
I do want to give an update to everyone in chat. I'm going to be honest, guys. I complimented about how Pennsylvania might be in the power rankings for best BullShooter jukebox music, but now someone's playing Whistle by Flo Rida. You guys just lost like 100 points in my book. Great shot there from Levi.
I thought that was the Florida national anthem.
This song is traumatizing for me. Long story short, I was in middle school when this song came out, to age myself here. And my dad liked it a lot and just kept singing it out loud in public. And I got so embarrassed as a kid that the song will always hurt my soul.
I definitely want to hear your dad's rendition of this.
Oh, boy. First guest on the Action Dads podcast. My dad.
I feel like theme music might have just gotten chosen.
Yeah, actually, I'm busy every Sunday at 4 p.m., weirdly enough.
Funny how that works.
Dog left the oven on. I'm not sure. JJ needs to get a good round in here. He's starting to fall behind from the pack and wants to make sure Denny will get a look as he's kind of keeping up the pace. Another solid shot there from Levi. Wanted to follow that 180 with another, but the 1-2-1 will suffice as he is currently the first one on a finish.
Now, this was about the time last leg when there was a fall off from Joe and a couple of big shots from Denny and JJ. We might be in store for the same thing. Joe has the setup well here from 137.
Can use that first start, just stacking his way up. Does do so. Stays true. Great last start there.
Yep, exactly what he needed to do there. 2 big triples. Now JJ needs to go. It's not going to happen. So 117 for Denny if Levi can't freeze here.
And this is one of the situations where going for the out will still help you get to that freezing point. Decides to just go ahead and stay up after the first because he did not leave a finish, and that's a combined 187 there, so not going to be able to freeze either.
Yeah, game shot here. Not what he wanted to do as the hot hand, the hot finisher, which I think is what they called Denny in high school.
Oh, that sounds like a Nick DeShera joke. I'm proud of you, for the record. I know that was great. Beat me to it.
57 for tops. Oh, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and this is now getting real scary because 97 is going to be the shot for Joe. And either case, pretty much JJ is going to be the one that has to take the out here, or if he doesn't hit a monumental score to get all the way down. Something along the lines of a 177 or a 171.
Yeah, great first start. Just going to want to clean this up.
Hits it.
There
And
it
they
is.
get a leg on the board. Wipe the sweat off the brow there. It was a little dicey for a minute. And look at this, JJ back to form, starting off strong and with a perfection here for us.
Yeah, with the start in the leg that can put him through to the final. Or, I'm sorry, the king seat match. And JJ starts with a big $180.
Tyler Little's biggest fan, Mike Maloney, in the chat. Oh, Danny's going to try to back it up, too. That will certainly do. Joe also starting off with a 140 here. Everyone's off to the races running. But a favor, of course, if you're going to score 140s and 180s, will be to the team going first. Ooh, boy, we got a live one here. Brian saying, we'll see you all in Nebraska very soon. Yeah, excited to be out there. March 1st through the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, a lot of parity in this leg, which is not good for the team going second.
Yeah, not much you can do to get on a breakaway if both opponents are throwing over 100 right now. Hedrick's just going to try to stay true on this. Never say die mentality is very important here.
Well, the good part about that shot is it still leaves him a fat ton to get to a finish. So doesn't have to do anything too crazy to get down there. And it looks like Denny's Gonna come off the boil a bit there. It's only 26 scored.
Yeah, that's a huge let off here, but Levi needs to take advantage of it, or else it's some moot points in either direction. So he wants to stay consistent with his scoring, wants to go ahead and start breaking ahead of Denny, start getting those freezes in the conversation. And will do so. A beautiful 140 there for Levi.
Yeah, and again, we talked about the timing. JJ looked like he was going to have a gangbuster's leg. He's going to need to continue that. What a shot. 81. After just 9 darts.
That's some beautiful darts right there. That is absolutely what JJ is trying to do, and complete disparity from what we had seen in some of his more troublesome legs. It seems like those never even happened. He's completely forgotten about them, and that's what you need to do. You need to have a short memory when it comes to stuff like this.
Joe needs to set up a finish, needs to continue to score, to try to put some pressure on that 335 of Denny. I was playing in a 4-man event with Denny one time. I think it was connected to the Moose. It was a Moose State, and we had 180 left, and it was open out, and Denny piled him in there for the finish.
That has to be a good feeling indeed.
So not quite the ton 80, but definitely helps the team. 180 freezes. 140 will not.
So no freeze going to happen. Here we go. This is going to be the shot for JJ. Needs to take it here. Trip 19 for double 12.
Should be the route.
Trip 10 for double 16 or trip 20 for double 1 with freeze in mind?
Should be 12 for bull.
12 for bull.
Trip 12. Yep, there we go. You see what it means. He knows the chances of him coming back to the board and being able to take out that 31 are slim. But Joe really should just concentrate on bringing this score down.
Yeah,
thankfully, he can do that with big triples.
Yeah, doesn't need anything fancy here. I mean, it's really just getting every 100 points he scores is something that Denny has to score and then score some more of. And with the relativistic position, Denny's going to be the one that has to take the out now unless something crazy happens.
Only 60. So if Denny Garn can get below 101, there's no freeze, and that 98 for Levi will have to go.
Yeah, big 140 here. Big last start. Needs it to connect. Doesn't quite get there.
In fact, there was an outside chance Denny could have got below 70 there and froze Joe. But, or Levi, I'm sorry.
Yep.
But 98 to send us to a decider. Treble 19 double.
Oh, this is a big misplay here potentially. It needs to get below 34. Needs to connect the trip. One of the main trips.
Yep.
And does do so in very stressful fashion.
What a shot. The freeze is on. Dun, dun, dun. Sure that's the words.
Yeah, not JJ. They're leaving. Yeah, there we go. I was like, I don't think you need to quite hit the button there on 3. I was confused by the second dart there, but got down to 2.
Yep. So, no way to freeze Denny. And Denny has been the finisher. Still chance here. Trouble 20. Oh, Joe put a little extra pepper on that one.
And just a single 20 there. There's some frustrating moments as he knew that was a big chance for them to go ahead and take it. Don't want to give your opponent a shot for the match. Then he hits this. It's done and dusted. Of course, 1 through 5
and
is
now
no gimme.
he left it so high that Denny just needs to get to 55. 55 or lower will freeze. He doesn't even need to take this out now.
Oh,
Fat
big
20
lost
will do
start
it.
there. Yeah, that's a huge misplay from Hedrick.
Yeah, Hedrick's so worried about actually taking the finish. Not able to get low enough to prevent the finish from, or the freeze from Denny. So double 1 coming in
For the match for X1 Elites. Gets it there. So look at that. JJ Carpenter, Denny Garn getting it done with some clutch moment darts and some very stressful moments there. They definitely kept us on our toes throughout, but they got the job done. Hedrick and Levi not out of the mix yet, and if they have shown the signs that they have the potential to really get back into the mix here, so I would not count them out, although they're going to go in the 5th-6th match against, he's the MVP, Sidney Vaughn and Mike Porterfield, so another tough match in front of him here. Excited to see that one. As coming up next here, we got Can-Am and Kea and Ang here in the bullpen for our women's top 4 match. Since we want to go ahead and spread love with some ladies, so go ahead and get those girls over there. Trish, not wasting any time. Excited to see them on the stream here. What do you say, Gordon?
Yeah, the ladies. We get to see Patty in action. We heard her on the mic, and now we'll see her on the board. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with these ladies as soon as they're ready to bull up and get started.
She's about to punch me. Time for the ladies to make an appearance on the live feed here. I am Nick the Sheriff, joined by Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth, watching Can-Am and Kea and Ange duke it out here in a women's top 4 match. Time to give the ladies some love on the live stream. Gordon, I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, this format, as Trish kind of alluded to in her brief time on the mic, is kind of blink and you'll miss it. These open in, open out, full bull for the ladies. Once you get to the business end of the tournament, go very quickly. Lots of bullseyes, lots of hat tricks, and yeah, some good darts to showcase for the ladies.
Certainly. Might be familiar team as Kalika and Trish did win the finals yesterday on the live feed there, and we got to watch a couple of their matches. And DJ and I could not get enough of watching Kalika Chris's throw. She is a phenomenal as far as the mechanics go, and we were a big fan of just watching that nice direct dart throw and pretty much no arc to the dart. We were kind of wagering, especially once she starts getting that rhythm in her favor. There's a reason she's gone first with a seasoned veteran, although she is one herself as well.
Yeah, not familiar with Kalika at all.
This is my first time too.
But certainly can certainly see the mechanics are there.
Yeah, we were thoroughly impressed. She's from that like northern New York area, and I got a chance to interview her. And she didn't get into darts for the longest time until she started dating her boyfriend or husband. I can't recall what was the term used, and just went from a random bar darter into getting into it, into being a really competitive shot, predominantly soft tip shot only, from my understanding. Does play in a couple other things, although because she is wearing that DPFL jersey, so do know she dabbles in some other stuff, but predominantly soft tip. And that's actually been the reason why their team's been working so well. As Trish said, listen, I'm going to ask you a couple different times if I'm frozen or not, and you're the one that's going to help me stay in line with that.
Another good low ton.
.116 is going to be the look here. Still on for the out, but no need to go for it. She does decide to go for it. Was going for 2 trip 17s there. Honestly, just keeping the scoring in line and setting up a freeze might have been a better play here, as Gaia can hit a big turn here, and Chris could bust. You never know what could happen here. It would require a bust at this point. And not in the cards, though, for Kea and Ange, as Kalika goes ahead and makes that look easy and simple. Single 17, single 20 there. Take a 1-0 advantage. It's a best of 3 format for the ladies here, as you talked about already with this rapid fire format. So match point advantage already.
All right, chat. Be honest. Who was staring at that double 10 when the fat 20 went in?
Not gonna lie, I was one of them.
I'm raising my hand.
Now, let me ask you this, Gordon, because Trisha was talking about it with me, is one of her biggest struggles of her transition back and forth from steel to soft is honestly she catches herself not throwing as hard or following through as hard as she typically would in the steel tip board because of it's soft tip, kind of catching yourself in the more relaxed arcadey mentality. Do you struggle with the same? Do you find any commonality with that?
No, I find it strange that she has a different throw for each one.
I don't think it's a different throw. I think it's more of like a kind of almost like a mental gap there.
Yeah, no. I mean, I found myself get more frustrated the more soft tip I played, because I knew what I could do on a steel board, and then if I fell anywhere short of what I thought the the translation would be. I always describe the triples in soft tip as Honda windshields. I always drove a Civic for for my traveling job, and I was always like, how in the world am I missing this thing? If I can hit 50% of triples with on the steel tip side, then there's like, how do I ever miss these? And so that part of it started to get frustrating, but never concentrated on anything like around the stroke. I guess that's why I was curious what she meant by throwing differently
Yeah,
in
well,
in this game.
while I'm nowhere near the same caliber, I actually almost exclusively play steel at the house, playing almost every day on that, and I've always done that as my preferred practice. And I feel like I catch myself. I almost feel like in steel, I really try to drill in my darts, and I'm more focused on the positioning. I almost feel like in soft tip, it's sometimes you can catch yourself in those moments where you're just trying to place your darts, you're trying to float them in, and you have a big area, so you're just trying to like let it go where it needs to be rather than kind of just drilling and following through completely with your darts, which personally is where I struggle sometimes.
I gotcha. Well, I would just say that I've found soft tip easier in that regard because I was always looking for imperfections on the board. There's another great setup shot there
Yeah,
from
beautiful stuff.
Kalika.
Yeah, she's really solid at setting herself up kindly.
So this 82 is frozen, no chance for Kia. But no, on the soft tip side, I mean, there's literal holes that you could throw at. Um, so it's one of those aim small, miss small um, times. Oh, should see her come up. Yeah, she comes up and finds two of them. Your winners here, Kalika and the Dart Chick. I can only imagine 78 is like her favorite year of an album. That couldn't have been when she was born. She wouldn't put herself out there like that, would she?
You know, I'm going to plead the fifth here because I feel like there's a lot of different answers that will get me in trouble. I'm just going to be smart on this one.
Well done. Well, if you're just joining us, that was a women's top four match at the Pennsylvania Regional 38th Annual BullShooter Regional Series in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're going to take another look at the brackets and get you another one. Maybe the king seat match on the pro side. We're going to check it out, and we'll be back with more live darts in just a moment.
All right, time to get some more ladies on the stream real quick. We want to get the other top 4 match to see the tail of the tape going into the Queen Seat matches. We just saw Trish and Kalika put on a stellar 2 straight performance, blink and you miss it type of affair. We got Lush Puppies versus High 4. And of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon here.
Yeah, we got the other ladies coming in. We'll see who's going to face off against the really tough team and already champions this weekend, I believe. Trish and Kalika.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these ladies have in store for us. I believe Lush Puppies, yes, was the other end of the finals as well, as we did see them on the stream. So some good shots all around the board here. Of course, it's a tall task. I mean, when we're looking at that Can-Am team, I mean, they really have shown that their gear is in the 5th position. Honestly, I'm just wondering how long I can keep stealing different phrases from Gordon here before he realizes that I'm just stealing all of his work.
Oh, it's good stuff. I don't flattery. Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
I always said I wanted to be like you when I grow up, and now I smoke cigars.
Oh, you're welcome for that habit. You'll die broke.
Well, Holly here wants to go ahead and get herself to a finish as well. So far, everything parity between the teams. So 111 here.
Michelle.
Oops, sorry, go ahead.
Nope, Michelle Walton wanting to bring it down. She's going to take a step back. She needs a big score here. Not going to find it. Only 17.
Not going to be happy with that one there, especially going first. You don't want to give up that advantage. And if you're Stacy, you're going to be giddy at the opportunity here. Oh, look at this. Wanted to go for trip 19 for the double 19 there. But a solid attempt there, getting herself out in front and getting her to a doable 2-dart finish there. Holly's going to have to get recentered on this. There we go. That's a huge last start. You have to hit something like that because you don't want to risk some crazy stuff happening here on potential freezes and everything else of the like or whatnot. But 125 is eligible to go. Can't go now.
Yeah, and you see the arms go up from Michelle. Frustrated. Not able to find a bull again.
And 2 darts finish there. Stacy making that one look easy. Trip 15, double 13. Does it in style. Love to see it. Going on to leg number 2 here. That was already a break a throw. So now we're going to see if they can break back to back, which is what will be what they needed.
I can safely say I have never seen 71 like that.
Yeah, that's it seems like a Leonard Gates approach.
Michelle's still struggling on those bullseyes. Only 35.
So far, I would say out of everybody, Stacy seems to be having the sauce right now in a 150 to get things going here.
Yeah, she's 3 darts away. She's on the 6th starter.
I just want to say New York is tuning out and or tuning in droves, excuse me. As we're getting so many Kalika comments right now. Still, guys, she did went ahead and made it into the queen seat match there. The winner of this will face off against her, so she is still going along here. She's popular with the chat and with us as well.
Yeah, I think sky's the limit. Hope she comes out for more events in both the soft and steel tip world.
So 151 on for the 6-star. Doesn't have to go by any means, but who doesn't want to take it? Just a reminder to all you guys in chat right now watching this. Coming up next, Jules Van Dongen, Johnny Lackey against JJ Carpenter and Denny Garn in the King seat on the Pro Doubles 01. Who can book their ticket to the finals and one step closer to getting that coveted position in that ESPN Invitational Shootout? Winning it will get the invites.
Yeah, no doubt. Everybody except for Denny and JJ rooting for Dr. Handsome and the Dragon because they're already qualified. That means that second place spot is just as important.
Absolutely. Now the question is, and maybe this we'll ask about this. You don't have to answer it right at the moment if you don't have the answer. But let's Mike Porterfield in that 4th place position, playing with Sydney Vaughn, which doesn't have a spot. If they get to the final against Jules Van Dongen and Johnny Lackey, there would be one extra invitation. I assume that would go to the 3rd from singles.
That has been my understanding of how it's progressed previously. I think that's how Travis Brewster actually got his spot. I think because there was one spot left after the doubles, it went to him, if I'm not mistaken. So I think so, but I don't know. I can't say that I know for sure.
Yeah, we'd have to get correction because if that's the case, that means Don Stewart would get the invitation if Porterfield gets to the finals. But that's a moot point at the moment here. We're going to have to see who actually gets there, right?
Yeah, both players here on high 4.
I don't think she realizes there was an accidentally scored dart prior to throwing.
Nope, she definitely doesn't. She's
I hear
around.
the sorry in the background there. Oh, sorry. Honestly, thought it was Trish with the oop there. So they're just going to back that up and punch him. And I think she threw that dart before she even realized on the last dart there. So I assume she's just going to, no, that you got to back up all 3. They're going to get there in a second.
Yep.
Yep,
the answer is yes.
I hear someone yelling to the audience, hey, back up the whole thing. So the crowd's got her back.
Yes, 3 times.
All right, I'm going to go over there and help him real quick. I'll be right back.
Producer, commentator, board official. Is there anything that guy can't do? We've got the bust.
I am back. Sorry about that. Out there to make sure everything helped, and it looks like Holly did bust while I was running back over.
Yes. So, Stacy, for the match, Fat 15.
Over to 13. Uh-oh. Don't Stop Believing just came out of the jukebox, and everyone kind of looked over because everyone started singing there. There we go. She does get it done, though. So gets the shot done, gets the job done here for the ladies. They've bid their ticket into the queen seat there. So next up, we have a good one here. We're going to have that pro king seat match. Jules Van Doggen, Johnny Lackey, JJ Carpenter, Denny Garn. I'm excited for that one. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah. I haven't seen the dragon and Johnny just yet. Johnny, of course, champion with Derek Hinkle in Texas. So anxious to see what they've got. I've seen what Denny and JJ have, but coming up next, King Seat.
Here we go, the match that a lot of us have been waiting to see here, as it's always exciting when you got the Dr. Dragon on the board, and of course X1 Elite as well. This is your Pro Doubles 501 King Seat match here, and this has a lot of implications on this match on who wins for who gets the spots into that ESPN Invitational Shootout. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon in the booth for this one.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Looking forward to this one. This is, I think the cream has truly rose to the top here for this pro bracket. Certainly, from what we've seen in action on the feed thus far, I think you said the standard of the last time with these guys, which of course is aided by the other team or the opponent, was 14 darts. And I expect you probably have to be in that same range to win it here as well.
Yeah, and while we did see some really brilliant legs from the X1 Elite team, we did see some stumbling at times, and I do believe the Dr. Dragon team is not going to allow for as many of those moments. So it's really going to be on JJ and Denny to bring their A game, because their A game can absolutely keep up. And we got a little bit of a crowd watching this one as well here. So a lot of people are curious to see how this one will develop. You see the gentleman sitting in red there. That's Stevie Parks. We got to see him on the stream first match yesterday there, playing with his partner. And what was really fun to watch him on the stream there. Very excited and passionate player, new to the game. See a lot of Let's Go X1 Elites in chat there, so see a lot of you guys tuning in. Welcome in, everybody. Let us know who you're cheering for and who you got in this one.
And he needs at least one big trouble here. Stays within touching distance.
Yeah, you can't let it slip. When you're trying to break the throw, I mean, you have to throw so much firepower, knowing that JVD is going to be bringing it pretty consistently here. And Johnny Lackey's also been doing a pretty solid job of the supporting cast. He did freeze Jules once in the previous one, but other than that, not going to be too many opportunities for that to happen. As we saw when Johnny Lackey played with Derek Hinkle, he knows, hey, the one thing I don't want to do is freeze my partner. I don't care about hitting anything else fancy. I want that to be the case, though. JJ Carpenter hits a 180.
Yeah, what a time. What a time to do it. If we get essentially the same shot out of Johnny and Denny, then the pressure on that 136 is going to be enormous.
Oh, that's a great start to the campaign for Denny. Got a bit wayward on the second two, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, but again, same shot. JJ at 81, Jules at 136. This may need to go. Shot is on, though. The shot is on, double 8.
Nails it. What a shot from the Dutch Dragon. 12 darter to get things going. That's going to be the
pressure
standard.
smasher.
That's the standard expected, right? I mean, Jules in a soft tip format, I mean, you kind of expect him to be close to 12, no more than 15 darts. Is typically where you're going to find him. And so it's going to be a lot. Sometimes that psychs out people, sometimes that motivates people. In this case, I don't think JJ and Denny are going to shy away because of that, but it's going to be something that they're going to be factoring in their game.
Yeah, JJ and Denny play enough together and play at a level that's certainly good enough to keep up with these guys.
That's a huge let off there. Jules is not going to be happy with that initiating turn here in the second leg.
Big shot from the doctor.
So I do want to give a quick update here. So while we did show both of those top 4 women's matches, the brackets are just moving really quick today, and we want to make sure that we don't accidentally hold up anything. So what we are going to do is that Queen Seat match, when they do call it up, they're going to put it on the board next to the streaming board so we can get it with our overhead camera and hopefully catch the tail end of that or majority of it depending on the timing of everything. So just to let you guys know, we did not forget about the ladies. But we also want to make sure we're not making the ladies wait extra long either, because that mixed doubles event is not too far away here on start time. I believe it's actually
the Sunday juggle of making sure that everybody's able to catch planes or get back home for rest before from Monday. Speaking of which, you're not flying out today. Is that right, Nick?
Yeah, I chose the 6 a.m. flight. To be completely honest, I feel a little guilty when I'm like, all right, guys, you have fun packing up everything. I turn off the stream and leave. So sometimes I feel a little bad. I want to make sure I'm here with the team as well, trying to help out on some of the not so glamorous parts of the stream, helping them get everything packed up. And also got some background work for the interviews that we talked about earlier. I want to work on as well. And then I'll take a 6 a.m. flight and sleep the whole time through.
Very admirable of you.
Well, it's like 1 in every 5 where I'm willing to do it. So how admirable, we will never know. Denny Garn with a 180 there.
Yeah, great shot. Able to fill it up. No finish for Johnny or Jules here.
Last start there does leave a decent finish there for Dr. Handsome. Allows for a first start miss. But if we're being honest, I'm kind of expecting Denny with that momentum from the 180 to follow in with the 81 outs. JVD going to need to try to catch back up into this one. Make sure that Dr. Hanson will have a shot if Denny does miss. And the freeze is going to more than likely be in play, barring a miss here from Denny, a bust. He can set up a freeze with his shot. It has to be tactful on his approach. Has to get below
no freeze
29.
needed. Just take this out.
Well, no freeze needed, just take it out, but you have to factor that in your approach to the shot sometimes as well. Want to make sure you're being tactful on your placement there. That's a great last start. Dr. Hanson needs to make sure Jules subsequently will get a shot here. As again, barring a bust, JJ here, free reign, just shoot right at the out. Nothing fancy, no fanfare. Great shot there from JJ Carpenter. One apiece.
Jules to get us started in the third leg. One apiece. If you're just joining us, this is the King Seat match. Of our Pro 501 doubles event. One of the qualifying events for the BullShooter Invitational.
Johnny here, just going to try to follow Jules' lead here. First start kind of hanging over in a position he's not going to be super happy with there. Yeah. Second one got completely away from him. Good recovery on the last, but not really any runaway of sort. David asking, is Jules wearing Boris Kirschmar jeans? Nah, that's the Missouri special right there. Minus the Hey Dudes. He needs some Hey Dudes in there. He's got the washed out jeans. He needs a couple of burn ends to round out the dad bod that he's starting to slowly. Nah, I'm just kidding. He's not developing that quite yet.
Is that the element of the jeans that he was questioning? I think those are skinny jeans. That may have been the comparison that Damon was looking for.
Well, sorry. You know what? Sometimes I hint, sometimes I miss. Boris is a pretty funny dude. Though I will say, when I met him, I thought he was a pretty funny time. He's huge. He is a massively tall dude.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching Boris and him finding his way on the steel tip side of things in the PDC has been cool to see.
Yeah, he worded it in one of his interviews after the World Championship this year, where he's like, "I've won the World Championship for soft tip multiple times, in my opinion. So why can't I do it in steel? I don't know why not." And I'm going to be honest, he definitely has the game to be able to play at the top echelon. I would love to see him continue to develop over time. We've seen him, I believe, in Chicago a couple times as well. Seen him over in the States a few times. Pretty talented player in his own right.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much that separates top talent at their best. It's all about that consistency. So, I mean, my answer to Boris, as far as like why not, is his consistency just isn't there for the steel tip game. But I mean, everybody's best leg is 9 darts, and it's just how well you can do against. Well, really win with your B game. How high up can you raise your B game to be able to win matches when you're struggling, or quote unquote struggling? I know some of the pros average 95 and shake their head, but I assure you that is top level darts.
Oh, absolutely, it is. Some days I feel like I'm lucky to average a 9.5.
So good leg here, good back and forth from both of these teams. Good last there from Jules. Things feeling like they're going with the darts here over and over.
Good mark on JJ there. He's going to continue to follow it. Doesn't get all 3, but does leave that 1-5-6 finish there. So making sure he's on it out as well. Not an easy one, but a very doable one at that. Great last start there from Lackey, catching himself up as well. Everyone is really around the same standard at the moment.
Yeah, Johnny, getting below JJ means there's absolutely no chance at a freeze here for Denny. We've already seen a 1-3-6 from Jules, so I don't know that there's any reason why we can't now see a 1-11.
Oh, he wanted that to connect the leaf double top. A little frustrating moment here. So 1-5-6. Trip 20 for double 18 will be the look.
One time for Mid-Central Ohio.
It's on.
Oh, he comes inside.
He got excited on it.
Yeah, he might as well have thrown with both hands as fast as he threw those last 2 darts. Why waste time changing hands? Just chuck them up there.
Just get him, go.
Now, Johnny's got to be very careful. And that is not the very careful. And you see the reaction from Jules.
Yeah, Jules is not happy with that one. Neither will Johnny be, obviously, knowing that the freeze is pretty much guaranteed. There's not really any way you can bust 100 unless you do something really crazy here, and then he's going to just be able to shoot right at it now, not have to worry about any fancy stuff. Double top.
Yep, oh, and he gets there. I was going to say, as I say that, double 15 right next to that double 10 would ruin a day. But Denny Garn polishes it off, and they are now leading 2-1 in this race to 3.
Jules firing a 1-3-4 to get things going here. He's definitely going to be hungry for this one. Wants to go ahead and just get this done now. And Johnny Lackey there, the body language, he has the eyes down, head shake there. One thing, and he needs to be just knowing, hey, I need to work it off. It's going to be fine, but you don't want to start psyching yourself out too much there. And he's going to try his best to refocus, refire, and re-engage. And there, Denny Garn finds a 180, and the crowd right now watching ever so intently. You can see a decent crowd building up to watch this king seat match.
Driving towards the finish are the Ohio boys here.
Yeah, they want to try their best to get done here. JJ is going to need to settle in and keep scoring along. Denny's saying, hey, I'm out in front. You just support me, partner, and I'll keep doing me. That's a great shot there from JJ Carpenter. Yeah, the pressure is on everybody right now.
Such a benefit to have the history that JJ and Denny have playing in events. Played together for a long time, play well together. You don't really see one roll their eyes when the other one misses.
The first start, not happy. Denny is slipped out of his hand there a little bit. And that's a great correction, though. Not going to be on that finish. He was trying to stay on for the 9, but a 2 triple round. You can see JJ said, hey, settle in. You're doing good. That's a great shot. Yeah, this is a big opening now because JJ can be the first to set up a finish. And with Denny well ahead of Johnny here, they just need to keep scoring along. Oh, wow. What a time for this. What a time for this. JJ Carpenter loads it up with a 180.
Great shot. Johnny's going to have to do the same just to be within touching distance.
Just falls short on the last start there. Was a great attempt at it, don't get me wrong, but Denny averaging a 50 at the moment here. Just going to keep scoring. Honestly, you're just looking at a ton. Anything else is bonus. JJ's still going to be on for the shot here, no matter what. That's a great last start to leave 104. Jules going to just try to hit a big one here and hope that JJ Carpenter does not take out 96 for the 3-1 win. Does leave a finish, but not a pretty one.
Yeah, smart switch there from Jules. Good thinking there, but do not think he's going to be back at the board. I think either of these 96 or 104 is going to go away.
And it does. 96 taken out. J.J. Carpenter. What a comeback performance there. 12 dart leg. Him and Denny firing on all cylinders to win 3-1. And you can see some respect there and some handshakes. And that's a huge win. And Denny and J.J. know it. You can kind of just tell from the demeanor. They're like trying to not get the big adrenaline spike, but they know that's a huge win. They just booked their spots in the finals. And to the dismay of everyone in the losers bracket, Dr. Dragon is going to be down there, and pretty much everyone in the losers bracket wanted them to win to get that spot, basically playing for that last spot there. So this is going to be a tough one. It's a real doozy coming up here in the fourth and third place matches here. I'm excited to see what we have coming up next. I'm not sure what we have coming up next for the record, but we're going to figure that out real quick. Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth. We'll be back with the action in just a moment's time. Don't go far, folks. Having fun here in PA. Here we go. Looks like the ladies went ahead and moved on over to the board here, so we're going to get that Queen C match now on the live feed. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. Can-Am versus Lush puppies here in this one. So we're going to get things going here. Kalika Chris put on an impressive performance in her previous go and wants to do more of the same there, as so far out of all 4 of these ladies that we saw on the stream, I would probably say that she's the front runner in the shots that she was hitting. See if that carries over into this one.
The brackets are on the BullShooter website, or I'm sorry, on the BullShooter app on your phone. If you go to tournaments and then go to all events, you'll see all of the brackets for this weekend. And the boards are linked, so you'll get updates as each of the legs finish from each of the matches as well.
Yeah, right now with our coverage, just to let you guys know where we are at with it, by the way, the men's doubles non-pro is pretty far behind at the moment here. So they're kind of closer to that top 24 region, as looks like where they're currently sitting there. The women's bracket, obviously, we're watching the queen seat. The 4th place match is currently underway there. And then we just watched the king seat, the pro bracket. 4th place match currently underway there as well. So we're going to get either the 3rd or the final for the pro doubles next, depending on the timing of everything. Of course, we're trying not to hold up anybody because there's also the mixed doubles that is starting right now. We want to make sure those players get released into there and get playing when they can. So just a FYI of the mentality of why some of these decisions get made. That is currently the logic going on here. Oh, Stacy wanted that trip up top there for it. It was not frozen. Kalika Chris with the 160 for her look here. Finds the first bull and the second. Trip 20 for the high ton finish. Oh, gets away from her there.
Oh.
Trish says this close. Yeah, not going to be happy with that one, but she's just going to kind of shake that one off there. And Holly going to need a big one here. So start chick 78, better known as Patricia, trying to take this one out.
Great first dart. Great second dart.
Here we go. Leg at number 2 here. Match point advantage for the team of Can-Am. Stacy and Holly are going to have to mount the defense here on this one.
Yeah, Patty Cake setting up the board.
She really is going to kill us when she watches this back. For the record, this is I did update my will recently. Good news. So if this is the end, it's been a good run, everybody, and it's been a pleasure being on the tour.
Stacy with a very slack start from what we've seen from her in the past. She was on a 6 darter in her top 4 match. So little added pressure here. She knows what she's going to get out of Trish and Kalika.
Oh, and Holly's following suit as well, unfortunately. Yeah, that's not the start that they wanted. So Trish now, 301 to start. Let's see how she's able to get it down. Does find a bull in the second and the third there, leading the pack at a 189 remaining. So Kalika here, going to try to get herself on a finish. More likely going to do so. Needs his last start to stay true. And it doesn't, barely. So it actually does not leave a finish there. Very uncharacteristic from the Kalika Chris that we have been seeing. I will say, and she'll probably attest to it as well, a little bit below the standard that we saw her at yesterday. But still, showing the right stuff in these moments of these big hits there. Just some of those straggler darts. A little uncharacteristic. A great shot there from Trish. 103 to leave 86. 2-dart finish. So 169 can't go. All it can do is be brought down, as that is a no-go. She hits us with a come on. Not happy with those darts there. But Trisha's saying, hey, it's all right. Right now she's the one out in front carrying the bearing of the load here. So 86 for the match here. Over to the double 16 now. And gets it there. So pretty quick performance here for the ladies. Once again, Can-Am just really not even breaking a sweat. It almost seems like they were kind of cruise control. And I think Holly and Stacy kind of psyched themselves out a little bit. They showed us that they are capable of not only hanging, but beating the Can-Am team. But kind of got psyched out at the last second there. And will have to fight their way back in. Coming up next here right now on board 57 here. So let's actually go ahead and take a look. We're currently in the fourth place match. Third place match is not started as they are still finishing up over there. So timing ended up actually working out for us, as we were kind of worried that we would miss a third place match here, but we might be getting lucky today, as it looks like they're in the tiebreaker down to the wire here. So we're going to keep that on the fourth place match here. Winner of this will play the Dr. Dragon team in third place. Then we'll be on to the finals here for the Pro Doubles 501 to see who punches their ticket for the ESPN Invitational Shootout. I'm excited to see how this one develops here, Gordon. This is really interesting plot line. The Ohio boys pulling through, the Dr. Dragon team, the favorites, and one of the other favorites, he's the MVP, both in the losers bracket, only one having a chance to win, or the Yahtzee team, of course, in the mix as well. Anything can happen here in this bracket. Don't go far, folks. We'll be right back. Here we go. Third place matchup here. And, well, honestly, a lot of people were drawing up as a potential final match. Falling short as the Ohio boys get the seat there in style. So good on them there. Let's see who gets to go back to play JJ and Denny here. We got Dr. Dragon, Jules Van Dongen, and Dr. Handsome, which would be Johnny Lackey. On the other end there, Mike Porterfield and Sydney Vaughn. This is a great matchup here, a star-studded affair, and I'm excited to see how this one pans out. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for this one.
Yeah, this one's could be full of fireworks. We've got some of the top scorers in the room facing off here, and this is a third place match. So one of these guys not even going to make it to the final. Denny and JJ, of course, rooting for Dr. Handsome and Jules to make it there to assure they get their spot in the BullShooter Invitational, regardless of that event's or regardless of that matchup's result.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multiple triple turns from almost everybody there.
Yeah, that's going to be the standard of which is to be expected. I mean, we've already shown time and time again when we're not. Oh, that was unlucky deflection. As when those multi-trip turns or at the very least single trip turns don't happen, things can get out of shape really quickly there. Jules was visibly disappointed in the last match there. I briefly passed by him as we were getting everything set up with all the chaos that we had going on there. And he basically just kind of gave the look, that nod, and a quick comment of, hey, not happy with that one. We're going to see what it takes. And that's pretty much the mentality. Shake it off, move on, and keep throwing is where JVD's head's at. Johnny Lackey there knows he wants to give his partner more. And the biggest thing is don't overpress yourself. Play your game, and you're going to settle into place, and vice versa. If I'm Sydney Vaughn, hey, man, I've been playing with great partners all weekend, and I am capable of great stuff myself. That's all I'm going to try to do.
Good switch there. So setup shot for Jules. He's going to leave a finish. Oh, not exactly as good as he was looking for, but well ahead of the pack here.
Yeah, doing everything right at the moment. I do know Porterfield has a certain, not chip on the shoulder, but a certain extra drive or motivation, I guess is the word I'm looking for there. I mean, currently 3 for 3 on the weekend so far. Wants to continue that. Wants to go ahead and go 4 for 4, which is quite the accomplishment considering the size and the prowess of this field.
Yeah, to do that, well, the prowess of the field and the size of the fields, I would say, are both factors in why that would be a giant accomplishment. 3 out of 4 is still still pretty darn good, as we see Sydney putting in a $140.
Jules is on for the 1-3-3. Double top. Drags it low, says Jules. Not happy with that last start there. Mike Porterfield's going to have to try to load up as many as he can get here.
Yeah, leaving it short on the double is always a frustrating one. Steady ton. It's funny, Mike Porterfield's average is nothing to really sneeze at, but I would put it well below what we expected to see from him here.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And again, at some point, the fatigue of the weekend maybe catches up to him. You know, lots of late nights of throwing. It could be a factor there. Of course, this is our first time seeing him on the stream. They did lose that match against this very team.
All shots on, though.
And what a shot there. Sid lets out a roar, getting the first leg under their belt. He's the MVP. Good shot and a 12-yarder from Sydney Vaughn.
Go on. Great shot.
Yeah, Jules is going to want to give it all he's got in this one. I'm not saying that he hasn't, but he knows that this is getting a little dicey for his taste, for anybody's taste. He wants to keep going, knowing Porterfield had more in the tank there, and Sid is feeling a lot better than we saw him in the previous matches.
Well, in this one, 2 out of 3. So already game shot. The 158, probably the I would say one of the toughest of all of those big finishes.
Yeah, definitely not one of my preferred ones by any means. Just to give you guys an update, although we are not covering it on the stream because we are human after all, and we have some stuff we need to do and get ready to start packing up and getting these interviews out to the world as well. Just to give you guys an update, there is currently 104 teams that signed up for the mixed cricket doubles, and so there's a lot of players in there, a lot of teams in there. So there's still plenty of people in the house here, even though these brackets are dwindling. The other one is roaring.
And Johnny with a slack turn there of 41. Can Sydney Vaughn continue to carry the flag for he's the MVP?
But who is the MVP? Who is he?
He's gonna wave that one off. Here's my prediction.
Mm-hmm.
Jules, Dr. Handsome win this one, and Porterfield comes alive in the decider.
Ooh, that's a good take. I think that's a solid take. Even I do think. I mean, Dr. Dragon being out in front, I do think that's a good call. That it will go to last leg decider. I'm gonna take whoever gets the diddle, whether that be the MVP team or the Dr. Dragon team, as 180 answered 180. Said here, gonna need to kind of ramp it up a little bit here. Doesn't need something too crazy. Just needs to catch up to Johnny Lackey here to try to make sure no freezes come into play.
Setup shot for Jules.
Hitting the 140 there, continuing the power scoring.
Off the back of a 180. Porterfield setting up. Shake of the head. Only 60. So no freeze available. Jules will shoot the 41. What can Sydney do to get him down?
Mike Maloney,
Unfortunately, can't leave a finish. Yeah, it didn't matter which way he went there on that third dart. Should have switched after the first.
There we go. 41 is taken there from JVD. So we'll come down to this diddle to see who gets it and gets that start first.
Who's got the bigger cork muscle?
Not a bad one there. Pretty good position as well. And there we go. Porterfield will take it. So your predictions so far looking solid. I will say Mike Maloney does bring up a great point. We haven't seen Mike Porterfield's arm before. This is the first time we've seen him throw without the sleeve.
Yeah, and I was going to make a joke earlier. Somebody said it in the chat that they've never seen Mike not have large sleeves on, and I've never heard it be called large sleeve.
Large sleeves. Oh, Mike Porterfield might be coming alive here. Oh, almost as if you willed it into existence, Gordon. That's a 140 start, solid start. JVD going to try to answer. Goes for the cover shot, but falls into the 7. And a real lax opening there. Or Sid, they're not going to be happy, and Lackey can really make that one hurt. He's going to need to try to compensate for the lax opening from Jules, but doesn't do so. So Porterfield leading the pack. Another 140 there.
The law of averages just said.
He's going to come back into play. I really think you just might be onto something. You might be pretty good at this commentary thing. You called this so far.
Yeah, good shot from Jules, but not enough going second. The X factor here is Sid. Sid only finding 50, but Dr. Handsome needs to put in some triples here.
Only finding 1. Porterfield with that going first advantage, winning that diddle, and so far throwing so solid here. It's quite the handful for the Dr. Dragon team.
Yeah, he's looking like he's just going to run down there and take it out. 81 after 9 darts. A 180, a poor turn from Sydney, and a 180, maybe.
That's a lot of ask. And not saying that it couldn't happen, but a lot of ask there. 129 doesn't feel like enough given the situation here. I don't know. This is a very interesting dynamic.
I mean, one big triple here from Sydney, and he's probably good. But that 81 will need to go. And Sydney again on both sides of it. So 168 is what he would need to get down to.
No way to do so.
No way to do so. So the 81 is going to be in play.
And you feel like it has to go here. What a shot this would be for Porterfield to get them in the finals for his 4th in a row. And he gets it. Mike Porterfield, Mr. Humble, getting it done. Jules with the handshake there. Johnny Lackey with the fist bumps and handshakes there. Sid taking a deep breath. Let's be honest there. Sid knows he has to get whatever he has going on redialed real quick, because that final is going to be coming up here next on our stream board. We're going to be having the X1 Elite versus He's the MVP taking place here. Guys, give us a second to get everything dialed in, but then we're excited to be bringing you coverage of this one, as it's going to be a lot of fun to see this pro final and who books their tickets to the ESPN Invitational Shootout. We'll be right back. I hope you guys didn't go far because this is what we've been waiting for. The finals of the Pro Doubles 501 here. This is going to be a real exciting one, a real juicy, tantalizing one at that. Team X1 Elite versus he's the MVP. Mike Porterfield and Sydney Vaughn on he's in the MVP going up against the Ohio boys sitting in the king seat there. JJ Carpenter, Denny Garn here. Of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon for what is about to be a spectacular match.
PA versus Ohio. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, this is going
No,
to be.
I think we've seen.
Mhm.
I was just going to say, I think we've seen the standard from both of these teams that can win it. It's a huge advantage right now for JJ and Denny to have that king seat. But of course, we've got Porterfield, the monster, who's just running through these brackets, even in one where he lost relatively early. And he comes back and they beat the team that put him down there. So, going to be a great match.
Yeah, Porterfield 4 for 4 now on finals appearances and wants to go 4 for 4 on first places. Playing some amazing darts this weekend. Expect to see them more out of him. As we talked about in the previous match, though, the big X factor here, which Sydney Vaughn are we getting? Are we getting the grade A Sid performance, or are we getting the grade C Sid performance? Because he's kind of shown us that he's been flopping between the two a little bit. If he plays his A game, I think Porterfield has the gun power to do this with the way he's been playing. But if JJ and Denny play the same game that they have been playing, it's going to be a tall task either way.
Well, and Sid's just right and left, which is the kind of the worst places to miss. He does find the treble 19 there, but one thing they got away with in their semifinal, or I'm sorry, the winner of the losers bracket was that final leg where Porterfield ended up going out in 12. They did not throw a good leg. So Johnny and Jules not having the low scores to freeze, even though Sid was still up there. So that I don't think will happen in this match. So it's gonna be a little bit more pressure on Sid to keep up with the pack.
And just to let you guys know what's going to be coming up, we're going to cover in this finals. I've heard multiple different things that we are or are not getting the women's finals, so we're going to figure out what's going on there. So they'll just let us know, and then unfortunately we will not be able to cover the end of the non-pro doubles. Unfortunately, that bracket is just getting a little too far behind, and we're just focused on getting them caught back up because they also have the mixed doubles going. So just to give you guys a little transparency, that is what is happening here.
So this is one of those shots Denny's got to be aware he can leave a finish if he had started down. And I said that we wouldn't see poor scoring from JJ and Denny to leave the opening, but here's Porterfield, 115 after 9.
He's going to get the dart. Doesn't quite get it, though. I mean, what can you say, right? I mean, like, we've talked about Porterfield quite a lot, but, I mean, it's truly just exemplary, the performance that we've seen out of him, not only here, but in New York as well, and showing that this isn't a one-time thing. We did see it, and granted, a slightly lighter field, but against players of the caliber of Doug Bain and the like, so not an easy field at all. And it makes me really excited to see what he's going to bring to us in the ESPN Invitational Shootout, and I'm really excited to see what he has for us in the World Finals in Chicago.
Yeah, he's been on my radar for some time now, playing in the Dart Players PA.
Mm-hmm.
tournaments. A couple of the Columbus guys have been going over there to compete. So every time I checked into there, I see Porterfield wins, Porterfield wins, Porterfield wins. So I started tuning in to see, well, how did Mike do today? um, and he's been very, very consistent in that tournament series. So no surprise to me because the numbers that he's putting up, it's not like he's beating everybody else as we see him take out double 10 there with 68, 75 averages. He's playing against 68, 75 averages, and he's putting up 90s, 80s plus. So anytime you're in the 18 dart range with steel tip, you're certainly going to be competitive here, and he dips into those high averages too.
Yeah, it's really exciting stuff. And personally, I think he's vying for the spot of the best mic in North American darts.
I'm trying to run through all of the mics.
Yeah, right? It's like a pop quiz. Good start there from JJ. So, and he's just going to try to give him that backup right here and just keep following along. I will say the one thing that's clear between these two teams is the synergy of JJ and Denny. They truly do show that they have a long-standing partnership, and I'm sure Sid and Mike have played together before, but just knowing the history of JJ and Denny, it's cool to see them do well together.
Better from Sid. I just flighted out on that last one, but missing up and down is a little bit easier to deal with than left and right. See if JJ can keep up a good leg here. We have reverted to the winner's bracket format, so remember this goes back to 3 out of 5 for these guys, and that will be the same for both sets. So even if Porterfield and Sydney win the first and technically Denny and JJ go to the loser's bracket, we will continue to play 3 out of 5 in that second set. Which is why, if anyone's listening, they should go ahead and run the women's final, so those 4 ladies can be released into that mixed doubles tournament.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there with that one. Denny there does find that 100 in there. Keep himself in the fray as JJ is out in front currently.
I think Sydney's trying to figure out what's different. Why do they go in sometimes and when do they don't? And if Sydney ever figures that out, I hope he whispers it to me.
Yeah, well, who's going to give up? If he finds the biggest secret in darts, he's going to sell it, not just give it to you. What are you talking about?
All right, we'll play 100 a leg, and then after 5 legs, go ahead and whisper it to me.
Ooh, I'll chalk. Porterfield finds
Good
the
shot
140,
there.
needed the 180 for the outs.
A little bit of a struggle here for Denny. May not be an issue.
Needs to get to 183 or lower. Or sorry, not 183, excuse me. 83 or lower. Bad math for me. That's some Sunday math from Nick DeShera, everybody.
That's not realizing there is a 1, let alone carrying it.
96 is the look. Trip 19 for double 12. indecision on this last start here. Looked like he was actually lining up to go upstairs, and now it's taking an extra moment to decide what the approach is. Went for trip 15, or was going for trip 10
honestly,
for double 16, probably.
I think that's a blessing in disguise. Gets him down a little bit lower. Denny needs to leave a finish, because I have a feeling Porterfield's going to be on 40.
I have a feeling he's not.
Bad. Look at him making me look bad. Only one triple.
Does get to 80, though. Good setup there, and yeah, pressure on the back of Denny here. Can work his way in from there. Oh, now he can't. He's pretty much blocked out of it. Tries to force it through and does get in the bottom left corner there. So great shot kind of going through those flights there. Risky dart on the deflection. Great execution from Denny.
Yeah, good shot there. Did end up finding it, which did leave a finish. Good find from Sid. Oh, he's not going to find another, though. So this 17 is live to tie it up at 1 apiece.
I'll take his time getting up here. 13 for double 2. And he says, fudge.
Ah, shucks.
Oh, jeez.
I was not looking at the 13, I can tell you that.
Yeah, I was thinking probably more on the lines of like 9 double 4, 1 double 8, but Mike Porterfield just goes up there and takes it out.
Bink, bank, boom. Have a nice day.
So 2-0 lead, early advantage, and a potential sign of the first div getting complete here. JJ and Denny, no cause for alarm quite yet. It's not like they've been out of the mix here, but they need to be careful, and they really need to make sure to get this leg under the belt regardless of this set to get that confidence and make sure to know, hey, we still got it. We're ready to go.
Now, as we get closer and closer to this scenario, I'm wondering if Don Stewart is going to backdoor his way into a spot.
It's certainly possible. If you're Don Stewart, you're
It would be
cheering
very
heavily
Don
for
Stewart-esque
Yeah, right.
to backdoor his way into a tournament.
Dipping the Oreos and dipping his way into the Invitational potentially.
That cruel triple sound for the 1s and 5s.
Yeah, you know, note to Arachnid here is if I hit a trip 1 or a trip 5 and the board's set to this format, don't play a positive sound. Like play expletives of some kind.
Should be the miss outside sound, like gunk.
The sound I miss the most is always going to be the daunt from the old Cougar Valleys as we see JJ find a 180 there.
Nice shot. JJ doing a good job. Just not able to finish the 17 in the last leg. But has to believe if he keeps putting himself in those lower shots after 9, 12 darts, he's gonna convert them. Good last there from Denny. He's stuck with it. Yeah, great shot.
JJ following his 180 here. He's going to try to treat himself kindly. Went for the switch down on the last. A little bit of a lax start on the last, but with how much he's in front of the pack right now, he's looking pretty solid. Last start there from Denny. Solid. Solid indeed. Went up on the last start for the 149. I probably would have preferred to leave myself at 152 if I was Sid, but maybe he's just not wanting to start on the 20s. Or maybe he felt like he was blocked. Either case, JJ is going to try to take this out here.
JJ going to think about it. Should be 54-24.
Yep. I think that his muscle memory was almost like, all right, keep scoring on the 20s. He's like, oh, wait, hold on. And you got to make sure you have that game plan certified in stone in your head before you go up.
Well, the ladies have been on board 12 for quite some time now, so I have a feeling they are not playing.
Yeah, it looks like we
And
will be getting that
have
final
them
here
next.
for the ladies after this. So that'll be the teams of Can-Am and Jillian and Lori, which I believe we haven't actually seen Jillian and Lori. They came from the losers' side there, so I believe that'll be up next.
Jillian Cherry and Lori White, I believe.
Believe so.
Some Ohio ladies.
Ohio's doing well out here. Yeah, Sid kind of backed off deciding what he wanted to do with that dart. I do think in this given scenario, just you need to maximize the points with one dart in hand. JJ on 40 here. Was able to take it out because there was no freeze in play. Sid needed to trip to get that freeze in. Wasn't able to do so. So the Ohio boys on the board now. 2-1. This is going to be the hard leg. They have to break the throw of Porterfield and Vaughn. If they can do that, then it will be a tiebreaker to decide if we get one more set of darts or if it will go to Ohio here. BK Brandon Kessler joining in the chat there, supporting the X1 Elite players, I presume.
See what Denny Garn's got for us this leg. We were talking about the X Factor with Sid Vaughn. And I think the Ohio boys have their own X Factor with Denny Garn. Oh, a little unlucky there. Was able to step aside and smack one trip 20.
26 there, uncharacteristic from Porterfield. He does get 26 the hard way, though. He doesn't go 521. He goes trip one like a true pro that missed into the ones. Unfortunately, JJ not capitalizing nearly as much as he wanted to on that big opening there. He could have really made that one hurt. Instead, he only has edged out a slight lead over Mike. Look at this from Denny.
Look at this. Yep. Filling it up. Great shot. Great timing. Exactly what he needed.
Denny Garn trying to follow up his last big turn here. 226 wants to just bring it down. Great first start there. And the second, look at that. 5 for 6 on the trips, leaving himself at 86 there on the last 6 starts. Good stuff from Denny Garn. And that's what's cool about the Denny JJ partnership. And normally what would be cool about the Mike Sid partnership, but especially right now, just JJ and Denny, when one starts to kind of ease off the gas, the other one will press the pedal for him. So Sid here, just going to bring it down low. Has to switch on this last, unless he just focuses on the scoring. Yeah, he does just focus on the scoring. Didn't go for the cover on the 9s. Getting 100 there. Denny's eligible to take out 86 here to make it 2-2 and break the throw. This would be a huge shot. 54 for 32. 57 or 51 for 32 now. I went for the 19s there. And then hit that big
Mistakenly
last.
got it right.
Yeah, right. I really did mistakenly get that one right. Threw me off with the 19 switch, and I threw myself off with not knowing how to talk. Oh, look at this. Oh, Porterfield wanted that one. Wanted that one so bad.
Would have been dirty. No finish for JJ
Needs to get to
at
believe
81.
15 or less is the sweet spot for him here. Won't happen now. Sid will get a shot for 75. And more likely, yep, then he will not get a shot for 4. This is probably going to that next set. Doesn't go, but I think in that situation you're okay with it going outside there, knowing Porterfield will get a shot, knowing Denny is frozen. And you can see Denny said something to Porterfield to make him laugh there. Mike Matching Shoes Porterfield, take this out and send us to another set. Not a bad miss. And does take it.
Mr. Humble. Mr. Humble my pants going double.
Well, here we go. They're not going to waste any time getting into this next set here. They're ready to keep the action going. Oh, the old guys. Old guys is the team name, by the way. I wasn't trying to be rude there. Looks like they need to step away for a quick second here, I'm going to presume. See over there, looks like the ladies are sitting right there eyeing that stream board. And we got a lot of other people in the room playing the mix. We got a couple people here watching the finals as well. So, looks like we're taking a small little pause here as they're going to get over to the board. I'm just going to briefly kick on the music here for a quick second and then make sure they get dialed in, not wasting too much time as we want to make sure you guys keep getting the nonstop action. We're ready to see more. Are you guys ready to see more? Let us know in chat here. Making sure and Gordon Dixon on this one. Give us 2 seconds, guys. We're going to make sure they get back over to the board right away. Here we go. Part 2 of the finals. First dip is completed there for the He's the MVP team of Sid Vaughn and Mike Porterfield here. X1 Elite team of JJ Carpenter and Denny Garn. They're trying to go ahead and say, listen, we didn't get in the first. Let's get in the second here. Your king seat holders did get the first loss, but they're still in the match. Best of 5 reset here. We get more darts. And honestly, I can't complain about getting some more of this good stuff right here. Of course, I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Gordon Dixon. Excited to be here, as always, to watch some good darts.
Yeah, excited to follow this one out. And again, all of the different iterations of who's going to get a spot in the Invitational, depending on who wins here. And really, a couple of bad misses. JJ not able to take out the 17 to go 1-1 in the first set was a big moment. So a lot of parity between these two teams, and expect that to continue. And we see a fancy 26 from Denny Garn as well.
Yeah, now we've seen 2 fancy 26s, as Denny was a little frustrated with that when he let out a loud roar there of frustration. But then quick to go back to smiling and fist bumping his partner, so I do respect that. But it looks like Sid was able to capitalize on that lax start from everybody. Said, you know what, guys, I'm going to try hitting triples, but the big ones, not the little ones. Porterfield there, 140 of his own. Getting things going here. So, I mean, after watching this, Gordon, after watching that first set from these guys here, I mean, what are your thoughts and expectations for this one? Are you expecting it to go the distance, a potential 3-1 win again for one of these teams? What are you thinking?
Well, for me, I mean, it's getting out in front. So far in this, the king seat holders have not had a lead in either of the sets. So if you're constantly chasing, and at this point, if and or when he's the MVP takes this first leg, they will be in front and favorites for the tournament. So I think a lot hinges on this very first leg, especially with JJ going first.
Yeah, it sounds about right for the takeaway here, as Porterfield's going to try to get himself to a finish here. 140 will do so. Gets there on the last, leaving the 161. First one on a finish. Porterfield continuing his impressive performance.
Yeah, Porterfield on and out after 9 yet again. It's exactly what you want to do.
3 different pairs of shoes, 3 different jerseys for the Porterfield, by the way. Each day matching. It's an important statistic. That's your Taylor Swift-esque statistic for me.
Sid into that triple.
One of the last one to also get himself on an out, but did more than enough of what he needed to do there. I mean, when you're playing these score lines, when we're talking split score in this format, the player going first, the A player, their job is just to score and get to an out first. On the other end, as JJ almost gets a 180 there, the B player, the player going second for the team, their job is to make sure that they keep their scoring in line, just try to run down to the bottom, keep freeze drill in mind, and also try to leave their out. They have a little bit more of a moving part scenario. And I think Sid's doing exactly what he needs to do here, because right now Porterfield's doing everything right and almost takes it out by 1 hole. He missed that one. What a shot there from Mike Porterfield.
Yeah, really didn't need to. So again, double in the last one. If we're gonna call him Mr. Humble, I don't know. The 161 when he didn't need it would have just been too flashy.
Well,
But no, jokes aside, plenty of time here for he's the MVP.
be fair, though, Mike can be humble all he wants. His darts never called themselves Mr. Humble Darts.
That's fair.
Those
That's
things are
fair.
aggressive.
Great shot there from Sydney to set up the 38. No finish for JJ. He is frozen. I don't think it's going to change.
Let's get all the way down, but you're absolutely right. They have to survive more than 6 game darts here, or more than 6 attempts at outs. It's a lot of attempts. I'm butchering the wording here, but Porterfield's going to save me by hitting the outs. Thank you.
You can stop talking about it now.
Sometimes I just I get stuck.
Taking the first leg. I mean, for the first time, they're truly behind in this match. So, if JJ and Denny, and I mean, this is a Madden type statement, but if they don't tie it up at 1-1 here and go down 2-0, I think that's curtains for them.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you by any means. It just Porterfield has not shown enough weakness at any point. He's either on his A game or his B plus game. It seems, consistently staying in those mid 30s or higher on the scoring power there. Again, the X factor does come down to Sid, and he has had more variance in his performance, but so far has seemed to be pretty settled in this final. X1 Elite just needs to go ahead and just start trying to outscore and not worry about much else.
Well, and I want to point back to one other important leg in that last one, in the last set. The very first leg, Denny and JJ were cruising, and I'm not going to say from out of nowhere because obviously it scored well to keep up with the pack, but Sid checking a 1-5-8 to snag that very first leg, put JJ and Denny on their heels from the start.
Big misstep there from JJ. 28 scored. Not going to be happy going left and right there. Giving Porterfield the opportunity to start getting ahead. He seems keen to capitalize. He really wants to capitalize. And gets all 3 in there for a 180.
Great shot. Great timing again. Little blood in the water.
What you got for us here, Sid? Hanging over on that first dart. Yeah, he's going to be quick to switch. The 20s have been kind of gitchy for him anyway, so to have a blocker or a hanging dart there, you kind of expect him to switch early, although only 42 points. I'm going to be super happy with that turn, but also I'm still in line with Denny, his scoring partner per se, so letting Mike still take the reins at the moment.
Setup shot here for Porterfield. Great shot. 41.
Yeah, Porterfield just playing phenomenal. Honestly, the most upsetting thing that could happen if he does win this is the fact that the comments just pointing out he is not playing in the mixed doubles, so he is already eliminated from going potentially 5 for 5 if he wins this. And I personally would have loved to see if he could do the full campaign.
Wait, what's the thing about mixed doubles?
Mike Porterfield's not playing in it. I just looked. I just confirmed it. He is not signed up for mixed doubles.
Oh, chat, let the man rest.
Let the man rest. Come on, you go for it for 4. I don't care. You could sleep when you're dead or on an airplane or in a car ride or wherever you're going.
He's been up since Friday at whenever he went to work.
I'm playing the
now.
I'm playing the world's smallest violin for the guy that has 3 first place trophies so far. No, I do agree though. I do agree. Let the man sleep. He's clearly done a lot. Not quite done doing stuff yet, but also let's not count out X1 Elite by any means here. It's just they're well aware that their hands are full at the moment, and it's going to take a big breakaway here, a good stroke, a good climb on the incline for them to get through this.
Needs a triple. Does find a triple. Makes it interesting. Sydney probably only needs 1 big triple. And he's not going to get it.
Still safe for my yeah. It has to be below 51. So yeah, not even if a 180 hit here, it wouldn't freeze by 2 points. So did do just enough. As JJ shows, hey, I could have hit that 180 potentially there. Porterfield will get the shot here.
Chasing it down, Madhouse buries it. 2-0 lead in the final set of this Pro 501 qualification for the BullShooter Invitational on the line.
JJ and Denny really, they're not far off the mark here. It's just they know that they have their hands full, and I don't like that head shake there from JJ, almost kind of resigning after those first 2 darts. You have to stay focused. You never know what can happen, and a never say die mentality. They were good enough to beat out the Jules Van Dongen-led Johnny Lackey team in the King Seat here. They still have the stuff, even if the circumstances seem hard. Still, Porterfield, he does look pretty much unbeatable at the moment.
Just need something to ignite them. I mean, they got to know they're already back up against it with being down 2-0. And Denny into the 1 again twice.
Yeah, JJ showing a lot of signs of frustration and really hadn't shown it up until this point. If I'm being honest, I was pretty impressed with how sturdy he's been with everything, and they're just feeling a little bit of frustration.
Yeah, starting to weigh on him now.
See, not out of the mix yet. That was an opening there from Porterfield. Denny here, gonna need to hit a big one here to make sure he keeps up with Sid.
Good shot there from Denny, sticking with it.
Sid, though.
The double-edged sword of he's the MVP. Mike Porterfield having a slack leg. And in comes Sydney Vaughn.
Yeah, doing what he needs to do as a partner. Good stuff there from Sid. JJ going wayward on that last start there, 83. Porterfield's going to want to try to load up as much as he can here. Does find a setup on the out there. Leaves out at 146, and Sid's getting fired up back there, huh?
Yeah, I think they see the finishing line in sight.
Denny not on a finish either, so Porterfield guaranteed to get the first set of darts at the out here. 146 is no gimme, though. Sid's also going to try to set himself on an out.
Yeah, setup shot incoming. Can set up something much better than Mike. Not quite much better, but both players now at a finish. JJ going to need to be smart, depending on the math. He is not, so he could not leave a finish after that second dart. And it's looking like it is all but over. 6 darts for Porterfield. Doesn't even need them.
Decided to try to leave himself on 26 there, staying up at those 20s. Ended up leaving at 36 after he hit the single there.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with an iteration where JJ and Denny get this leg, and it's full of what ifs.
Yeah, unfortunately, what ifs are only good if they happen. And right now, Sid and Mike are willing this into existence. This whole final being electric for them. So just going to try to clean up, get low, and leaves himself on 50. So yeah, JJ here just gonna have to hit a big one. Probably trying to find all 3 in the trip here to try to give Denny an outside chance, barring a Mike Porterfield miss, which is something that we haven't seen pretty much the entire weekend.
Certainly in no memorable spots.
Oh, I was going to say, well, step 1 is complete, but that last one did not quite make it in there. Mike Porterfield for the win and the double dip. It will not happen, but no out available for Denny here, as he is frozen, unfortunately, because JJ flighted in to that trip 1 on the last dart there.
Two triple 20s, go push the button.
Yeah, pretty much the only play there. There's no other play that is acceptable.
Stay there, Denny. Oh,
trying to take it out?
Tried to lose it.
Tried to lose it in style? He said, I know. I just heard JJ said you were froze, and Denny just said, I know. And then they all just had a big laugh about it. Yeah, he said, I know again. Yeah, no, that's the discussion they just had there.
I mean, the only thing that stinks about that is if Sydney doesn't take this out, he can still leave 2, and they don't get a shot.
He does take it out there, so They does take it out there. So congratulations, Mike Porterfield, 4 for 4. Sid Vaughn getting there too, and Sid Vaughn will get his ticket to the ESPN Invitational Shootout. Mike Porterfield already had one, which means Don Stewart now qualifies for the ESPN Invitational Shootout as well there. So congratulations, and a big congrats to the Ohio boys, JJ and Denny. I unfortunately not the result they won in the final, but I mean seriously, great team, great performance, and great way to get there as well.
Yeah, no, nothing to hang your head about. These are long days, and those last couple of matches, just few darts on the wrong side will do that to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely the case as they are giving some hugs and some handshakes, and looks like the girls are coming in full force there. Oh, boy. Here we go. Well, now it's time for the ladies' finals, it seems. Can-Am versus Jillian and Lori here. I'm going to go ahead and head over there, make sure that we get this final rolling, because I do know that mixed doubles is underway. Big congrats there. Lisa in the chat asking when the ESPN final is. Do you know when that shootout is? I know it's normally the first weekend in August. Is that still the case?
I have not heard anything to the contrary. If you go on the ESPN site, they may already have Ocho Day scheduled. So that may be the best way to find out, because it'll be on Ocho Day again, whatever that gets scheduled by ESPN.
Gotcha. Yeah. So just to repeat there, because did unfortunately lose your mic there for a quick second. But basically, you can check in on the ESPN website to see it. It will be on the Ocho Day, which usually falls first weekend of August. Lisa's there. Hope that helps answer your question. We're going to get these ladies ready here, and we'll be back in just a moment's time, guys. Here we go. One more match for our stream today here, the women's doubles 301 final. The team of Can-Am, which seems to do a lot of great stuff when they're on the dartboard together, making some great progress. And Jillian and Lori making their first appearance on the stream here. When I introduced myself to Jillian and Lori, first time meeting them, they said, "Who are you?" And I said, "I'm Nick." And they said, "Well, where's DJ?" And I said, "What, do you not like Gordon?" So here we go. We're excited to get in the mix here. Gordon Dixon in the commentary booth with me. How you doing?
Doing well. Looking to sew this tournament up with a good final, and we're already on a 6-darter.
Yeah, you can see they put in the order wrong of which team actually won the coin flip to start, and so electing to just go ahead and play in that order. I think for Trish and for Kalika, it's kind of a moot point of who starts, as they are both probably equally capable in their dart game, especially from what we've seen today. I'm really excited to see what Lori and Jillian bring to the table. You said you're more familiar. These are some Ohio girls. Can you tell me about them?
Yeah, very good shots. Definitely have the firepower to keep up with these ladies. I wouldn't be surprised if we did at least go to a deciding leg. I think the last couple of times we've seen Kalika and Trish on the feed. They've kind of in double quick time taken 2 legs and on we go. But as I say that, they're going second here, and trip 17 for a 6-darter. Trish apparently trying to do a no-look style.
I was going to say the crowd made an audible noise there. They were cheering for the 6. Jillian does leave a finish here. Needed to leave a finish. Kalika now shot for 151. Yeah. So far from what we've seen from Can-Am is they're, especially in the finals, their performance is spectacular. They actually lost and had to fight back their way into the final yesterday and won 4 straights in that double dip here. And here they're holding the seats, so they're going to want to win it in 2. Jillian and Lori, other hands full, but don't count them out of the running by any means.
Double tap. And it says it went in.
Yeah, it kind of floated in and looked about right enough is about what happened there. Lori to start us off here for leg number 2. Again, best of 3 format, so it's blink and you miss it. Kalika and Trish are actually just 1 leg away from winning it here in the final. Jillian and Lori need this one.
Yeah, definitely hot on their trails in the last one, but both Trish and Kalika opening with those 150s. So from there, Jillian and Lori both under the gun. It looks like Kalika's off to it again.
I can't get over it enough. She every time I see some new players and some different players that are new to me, I should say, and there's different people that impress me, and I would say the stand-up performances have been from Kalika for me in this particular regional.
Yeah, I didn't even get a dose of Kalika yesterday, and I would completely agree. She is certainly a lady to put on the map.
Oh, Trish doesn't quite get it there.
Just outside for Patty.
Oh, she asked me. She said over under on how many times it's said by Gordon.
I would have taken the over, whatever it is.
I just told her I only said it once, and then she got really mad that I said it once. Not going to go on the 151. Going to try to set herself up. Does correct on the last dart there.
Yeah, now Jillian really needs to find something here to at least give Lori a shot at that 1-2-2. Not really what she was looking for, so I think this is probably going to go the way of a freeze here. Just needs to get below 120 and below. So the freeze is on.
Yeah, like you said, 122 can't go, so all she can do is bring it down and cross her fingers and hope something happens where she gets a shot again at the now 42. 87 for the title.
And for Trish to go 3 of 4. Yeah, Kalika getting a little excited there. And she buries the double 16. What a shot. Enjoyed watching the ladies. Enjoyed watching that finish as Kalika and Trish pretty much dominate that bracket right there.
Yeah, that was impressive stuff from those ladies. And they said, they did make it clear. They said, if we do get on the stream board, we're not going to waste any time. And let me tell you, Kalika and Trish played phenomenal there. Jillian and Lori, unfortunately, just not able to get it. But congrats on making it over and back to the finals there. Not the finish they might have wanted, but hey, you made a trophy, you got the plaque, and you did your job. Good, hats off to those ladies as well here. But I mean, Gordon, we're pretty much done here with the non-pro. Is just still a ways away from getting finished up, unfortunately, and the mixed doubles is fully underway, and we got some stuff to do in the background. But what are your closing thoughts here on the weekends?
I think great turnout for Pennsylvania. We've been kicking around some ideas to make the player experience a little bit better at all levels. Trying to come up with solutions. But appreciate everybody coming out. Appreciate everybody hanging in there. And yeah, Mike Porterfield and Kalika Chris. Those are your names to watch if they weren't on your map or your radar before this weekend. They absolutely should be going forward.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that sentiment there. It's truly been so much fun covering some amazing matches. We had some wonderful moments, some highs, some lows, and everything in between on the stream, and it's just been such a thrill to watch everything here. And of course, always fun calling games alongside with you and DJ alike. Always a fun time. And guys, if you're gonna miss us, don't miss us for too long because we're gonna be back March 1st through the 3rd, Omaha, Nebraska, for our last stop of the regional tour. Excited to be bringing coverage of that one. It'll be my first time in Nebraska. I'm not sure what you do in Nebraska, but I'm sure probably horse riding or something's involved. Probably get me doing that on video.
I'd say drinking. Drinking's got to be up there.
Well, I would never do that while
Nebraska.
working. I would never, ever do that while working. How dare you, sir? All right.
Offensive.
Well, guys, it's been such a pleasure. Thank you all for tuning in. Honestly, our viewership was spectacular this whole weekend. You guys tuned in droves. It means a lot to us. And, of course, all the love to you guys, and hope to see you guys again when we stream that next regional here. So, guys, Nick Teixeira and Gordon Dixon will be signing off here for our coverage of the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania regional. Have a good night, everybody.